which is now part of the English language dictionary and vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on the Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Especially to our grade 8 learners. This is Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am delighted to welcome you to a new episode of learning. Let us enjoy the opportunity to learn by watching and listening with your heart. I am Glenda A. Martin, your English teacher, broadcasting live here in Santa Ignacia, Tarlac, via remote live broadcast. How are you, dear students? Whatever you are doing right now, and wherever you are, I hope that you are comfortable and will carefully listen to our discussion today. Are you ready to learn something new? Great! So join me today as we unlock another enjoyable learning because learning English is fun. Please get your learning activity sheet with the competency of analyzing intention of words or expressions using propaganda techniques. Focus on the influx, bandwagon, artificial dichotomy, hot potato, stalling or ignoring the question, list of evils, and also prepare your notebook and pen because we will have some activities before, during, and after the discussion. On top of this, let us begin with a review of your lesson about words or expressions using propaganda techniques delivered to you by Teacher Rhea. In your previous lesson, you have discussed the first propaganda techniques, which include name-calling, glittering generalities, transfer, deification, and lastly, testimonial. I hope you can still recall your previous lesson, because in line with this, we will have a short icebreaker. Are you ready, dear learners? The activity is called Your Tagline Sounds Familiar. Dear learners, I will present some taglines, and all you have to do is to write the name of the commercial or advertisement in your activity sheet. I will do the first example. The tagline, 3 in 1 plus 1, Happy Kaarawan, is from the commercial Selecta Ice Cream. Now, it's your time to do the activity. Learners, please do share your answers in comment section for the FB Live viewers. Also, for me to check your understanding of the topics discussed. Let us now start with the item number 1. We've got it all for you. I'm pretty sure you are all familiar with this tagline. Can you guess what commercial it is? That's right. The answer is SM or Supermalls. For the item number 2, best stain removal in one wash. Does it sound familiar? Correct. This is from the commercial Ariel detergent. For the next item, we find ways. What service does it advertise? Wonderful. The answer is BDO or Banco de Oro. Let us now proceed to the next tagline. Smooth with perfume all day long. Does it sound familiar to you, dear learners? Correct. The tagline is from the commercial Rejoice shampoo. Lastly, surprising, colorful, and chocolatey. Alright, the answer is red ribbon. Did you get all the items right? That sounds great. I think you are now ready to unlock another fun learning as we discuss more about the expressions used in propaganda techniques. Our lesson for today will focus on analyzing the intention of words or expressions used in propaganda techniques, Part 2. This lesson will give you additional ways and techniques to influence the attitudes, perspectives, and emotions of people or communities. But before that, let's find out the objectives of our today's lesson. At the end of the lesson, the students will be able to identify the different propaganda techniques, examine a propaganda in terms of techniques and intention of words used, appreciate the intention of words used in a propaganda. We shall now start with our discussion. Just a quick heads up, we will have more enrichment activities after the discussion. So I encourage everyone to stay in tune and listen attentively. Let us now begin with the plain fox. Propagandists use this approach to persuade the audience that wealthy or famous people come from humble beginnings, are trustworthy, and have their best interests at heart. In a more specific explanation, plain fox use a person who may be just like you to sell a product or service. Let us take a look at this example. Serving Coke serves hospitality. This advertisement uses plain fox by showing average people having fun and being happy together while they are being served Coke. Next technique is we have bandwagon. It is an appeal or invitation to follow the crowd, to participate because others are doing so as well. In the example, you can see the logo of McDonald's with the tagline, "Billions and billions served," which means that the majority or everybody is buying their products. Let us now proceed to the next propaganda technique. Artificial dichotomy. The view or product that the propagandist is promoting is depicted positively, and all competition and opposing views are depicted negatively. Artificial dichotomy is also known as a false dilemma. Let us analyze the picture. As you can see in the logo, USA love it or leave it. It implies that one product or service always works and the other never works. Again, dear learners, this is under the artificial dichotomy. The next propaganda technique is hot potato. This is an inflammatory statement question used to throw an opponent off guard or to embarrass them. For example, when will you pay the taxes you owe? Basically, the intention of the person involved is to embarrass his or her opponent. Next, we have stalling or ignoring questions. This technique is used to play for more time or to avoid answering a pointed question. For example, more research is needed. When asked about the research outcome and the researcher replies, more research is needed. Lastly, we have the list of evils. It is used to justify an otherwise unpleasant or unpopular point of view. List of evil is also known as the lesser of two evils. It is a false dilemma that offers two bad alternatives. For example, better potluck with Churchill than humble pie under Hitler tomorrow. Don't waste food. There we have it for the words and expressions used in propaganda techniques. At this point, let us have a short wrap-up of the topic discussed. The additional ways and techniques that we can use to persuade people to buy products, accept ideas, and avail services are: first, plain fox; number 2, bandwagon; 3, artificial dichotomy; 4, hot potato; 5, stalling or ignoring questions; and lastly, list of evils. Now, to check your understanding of the lesson, let me guide you to accomplish the Let's Find Out activity in your activity sheet. We will check your answers beforehand as we move forward in every item. Please read with me. Read the sentences in column A, match them to the corresponding items in column B, the different propaganda techniques. For the item number 1, propagandists use this approach to persuade the audience that wealthy or famous people come from humble beginnings, are trustworthy, and have their best interests at heart. A, plain fox; B, bandwagon; C, artificial dichotomy; D, hot potato; E, stalling or ignoring the question; F, list of evils. The answer is letter A. For the item number 2, it is an appeal or invitation to follow the crowd, to participate because others are doing so as well. A, plain fox; B, bandwagon; C, artificial dichotomy; D, hot potato; E, stalling or ignoring the question; F, list of evils. The answer is letter B. This technique is used to play for more time or to avoid answering a pointed question. Plain fox for letter A; B, bandwagon; C, artificial dichotomy; D, hot potato; E, stalling or ignoring the question; F, list of evils. The answer is letter E. Learners, are you getting the right answers? Wonderful. For the item number 4, the view or product that the propagandist is promoting is depicted positively, and all competition and opposing views are depicted negatively. A, plain fox; B, bandwagon; C, artificial dichotomy; D, hot potato; E, stalling or ignoring the question; F, list of evils. The answer is letter C. It is used to justify an otherwise unpleasant or unpopular point of view. Again, for item number 5, it is used to justify an otherwise unpleasant or unpopular point of view. A. Plain fox. B. Bandwagon. C. Artificial dichotomy. D. Hot potato. E. Stalling or ignoring the question. F. List of evils. The answer is letter F. And lastly, for the item number 6, an inflammatory statement or question used to throw an opponent off guard or to embarrass them. A. Plain fox. B. Bandwagon. C. Artificial dichotomy. D. Hot potato. E. Stalling or ignoring the question. F. List of evils. The answer is letter D. Did you get all the answers right? Well done, dear students. It seems like all of you got a perfect score. Now, we are about to begin another activity. Please refer to your learning activity sheet. Let us apply activity 2A. This is a multiple choice quiz. Write the correct answer and later on we will check them after reading all the questions. Are you ready? For the item number 1, former President Bill Clinton eats at McDonald's is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. For the item number 2, everybody's doing it. Act now if you don't want to be left out. Again, everybody's doing it. Act now if you don't want to be left out is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. Let's now proceed to the item number 3. You're either an ally or an enemy. Again, you are either an ally or an enemy is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. Item number 4. When will you pay the taxes you owe? Is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. Let us now proceed to item number 5. When asked about the case on research and the researcher replies, a fact-finding committee is working on this issue. Again, when asked about the case on research and the researcher replies, a fact-finding committee is working on this issue is an example of A. Artificial dichotomy, B. List of evils, C. Hot potato, or D. Stalling or ignoring the questions. For the item number 6, your family already invested in our company. Maybe you might want to invest in us too. Is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. Item number 7. Political campaigns often use photos or candidates wearing hard hats, talking to the factory workers, or even planting rice. The idea is to make the people think that the candidate is just like them. It is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. List of evils, C. Hot potato, or D. Plain fox? For the item number 8, if you are not using white bright detergent, your clothes are not clean. Again, if you are not using white bright detergent, your clothes are not clean is an example of A. Bandwagon, B. Plain fox, C. Hot potato, or D. Artificial dichotomy. Let's now proceed to the item number 9. It may not be pretty, but it's better than living in a nuclear wasteland. It is an example of A. Artificial dichotomy, B. List of evils, C. Hot potato, or D. Stalling or ignoring the questions. Lastly, item number 10. War is hell, but appeasement leads to worse disasters. Again, war is hell, but appeasement leads to worse disaster is an example of A. Artificial dichotomy, B. List of evils, C. Hot potato, or D. Stalling or ignoring the questions. Let us now check your answers. Dear learners, are you ready? Alright, for the item number 1, the answer is letter B, plain fox. Item number 2 is letter A, bandwagon. Or bandwagon rather. Item number 3 is letter D, artificial dichotomy. Item number 4 is letter C, hot potato. The answer for item number 5 is letter D, stalling or ignoring questions. Item number 6 is letter A, bandwagon. And for the item number 7, the answer is letter D, plain fox. Item number 8 is letter D, artificial dichotomy. Item number 9 is letter B, list of evils. And lastly, for the item number 10, the answer is letter B, list of evils. Dear learners, please count the number of your score. Did you get all the items right? Wonderful! Congratulations for a job well done. This is a good sign that you are now ready to take up another lesson. For your post-listening and viewing activity, look for at least 5 commercial taglines on newspapers, social media, or even through direct selling. Write the product, technique, words, or phrases used and the intention to complete the table in your activity sheet. Learners, as a quick sum up of your today's lesson, today you were able to identify the different propaganda techniques. Examine a propaganda in terms of techniques and intention of words used. And lastly, appreciate the intention of words used in a propaganda. It is indeed a great day today, for you are moving along perfectly. I am glad that you are now able to identify, examine, and appreciate the different propaganda techniques. I knew you could do it. It's a pleasure to work with students like you. Remember to persist, and you will see yourself shine brightly. Before we end this discussion, I would like to thank my listeners out there. Keep on tuning in to RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, and on DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Again, this is Teacher Glenda A. Martin, your teacher broadcaster, leaving you with a quote to reflect: the power of intention manifests as an expression of expanding creativity, kindness, love, and beauty, by Wayne Dyer. Our lesson has finally ended. I hope you have learned a lot in our lesson today. Please tune in again on Thursday for another fun learning with Teacher Sue. Have a great day.
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Isang mapagpalang araw sa ating mga tagapakinig at taga-subaybay ng Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Divisions of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Channel 26 at sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTC 828 AM Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Napapanood din tayo sa ating Facebook live stream at Convert Channel 100. So kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga na sa kabila ng hamon ng pandemyang ating kinakaharap ay kayo ay lubos na nagbibigay halaga sa ating edukasyon. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jessel G. Torres, sasamahan at gagabayan kayo sa Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang dahilan, pangyayari, at epekto ng unang yugto ng kolonyalismo. Ihanda ang sipi ng inyong module, papel, ballpen na gagamitin natin sa ating pag-aaral at iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang inyong sarili sa paksang tatalakayin natin ngayon. Kaya't halina't simulan na nating makinig at matuto. Balikan muna natin ang paksang aralin natin na tinalakay nung nakaraang linggo. Para sa ating balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong papel, ballpen at isulat sa sagutang papel ang sagot sa aking 5 katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung gayon, ay magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Unang tanong, ito ay ginagamit bilang pampalasa sa kanilang mga pagkain at upang mapreserba ang mga karne. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay spices, kayo ay tama. Ikalawang tanong, Natagpuan niya ang pinakatimog na bahagi ng Afrika na naging kilala sa katawagang Cape of Good Hope. Ang sagot ay Bartolomeo Diaz. Ikatlong tanong, noong 1497, siya ang namuno sa paglalakbay ng apat na sasakyang pandagat mula Portugal hanggang sa India. Ang sagot ay Vasco da Gama. Ika-apat na tanong, isa siyang Italianong manlalayag na ginawaran ng titulong Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Viceroy o Viceroy, at gobernador ng mga islang kanyang natagpuan sa Indies. Ang sagot ay Christopher Columbus. Ikalimang tanong, isa siyang Italianong nabigador na nagpaliwanag na si Columbus ay nakatagpo ng bagong mundo. Ang sagot ay Amerigo Vespucci. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? Batid ko na marami, kung hindi man ay may pagkakataong kawang makabawi sa mga susunod nating mga gawain. Tinalakay natin sa nakaraang aralin ang tungkol sa paghahanap ng mga spices. Pinangunahan ng Portugal sa paggagalugad at paghahangad ng Espanya ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Sa paksang ito ay nagkaroon tayo ng malinaw at malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa importansya ng mga spices, dahilan at bunga ng pangunguna ng Portugal sa paggagalugad at maging ang dahilan ng Espanya sa paghahangad ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Ngayon ay handa na ba kayo sa ating bagong aralin? Game na ba kayong mag-aral at matuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo? Atin namang tatalakayin ngayon ang pagkakahati ng mundo at ang mga Dutch. Handa na ba kayo? Pero bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng kaliwanagan o ng kalinawan ukol sa line demarcation. So ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng line demarcation? Pag-uusapan natin ngayon ang kahulugan ng line demarcation dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang line demarcation ay isang linyang matatagpuan sa kahabaan ng meridian sa karagatan ng Atlantiko. Ito ay bilang bahagi ng Treaty of Tordesillas na nilagdaan noong 1494, kaugnay sa pagkakaroon ng hatian ng teritoryo ng Portugal at Spain. Ang teritoryo sa kanlurang bahagi ng linya ay itinuturing bahagi ng bansang Spain o teritoryo ng Spain. Samantala, ang lupain naman sa silangang bahagi ng linya, na imahinasyong guhit na ito, ay tinuturing na teritoryo ng Portugal. Ang tatalakayin natin ngayong araw na ito ay ang pagkakahati ng mundo, ang mga Dutch, kahalagahan ng paglalayag at pagtuklas ng mga lupain, at epekto ng unang yugto ng kolonisasyon. Alam ba ninyo kung bakit hinangad ng Spain ang yaman ng sasilangan? At bakit hinati ni Pope Alexander VI ang mundo sa Portugal at Spain? At ano ang mahalagang bunga ng paglalayag ni Magellan? At kung paano nakatulong sa paglawak ng lupain ang paglalayag at pagtuklas ng mga lupain? Ay ating iisa-isahin at ipapaliwanag ko iyan ng maigi dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Para sa ating unang gawain, ito ay tatawagin nating pin the flag. Kagaya ng mga manlalakbay, sinikap nilang alamin ang bagay gaya ng mga bansa. Sisikapin din nating alamin ang mga bansang kanilang natuklasan. Alam ba ninyo kung ano-ano mga bansa ang nanguna sa eksplorasyon? Muli nating aalamin ang mga bansang ito at ang mga lugar na kanilang nasakop. Sa tulong ng mapa natin sa ibaba, tutukuyin ang mga bansang kanluranin na nanguna sa eksplorasyon sa pamamagitan ng paglalagay ng pin Okay, matapos matukoy ang mga lupaing nasakop ng mga kanluranin, isusulat ang kanilang pangalan sa talahan na yan. So ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen, isulat ang pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw na ito. Magsisimula na tayo. Handa na ba kayo? Tingin ko, ay handang-handa na kayo sa ating unang gawain. Merong 5 bansa na kanluranin. Okay, meron tayong 5 bansang kanluranin. Ito ang bansang Portugal, Spain, France, Netherlands at England. Para sa unang bansa, ang bansang Portugal. Ang nasakop, na bansa ng Portugal ay ang bansang China, India, Malaysia at Indonesia. Para sa ikalawang bansa, ang Spain. Ang nasakop naman ng Espanya ay ang bansang Peru, Chile, Mexico at Pilipinas. Na kung saan ang Pilipinas ang nag-iisang bansa sa Asia, na nasakop nila. Ang ikatlong bansa naman ay ang bansang France. Nasakop ng bansang France, ang mga lupaing Hilagang Amerika, Central America o Central Africa, Caribbean at India. Para sa ika-4 na bansa, ang bansang Netherlands. Nasakop ng Netherlands ang mga bansang Chile, Brazil at Cape of Good Hope sa Africa. At ang huling bansa ay ang bansang England. Ang nasakop na bansa ng England ay ilang bahagi ng Estados Unidos, Israel, India, Sri Lanka at China. Sa unang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ang tungkol sa pagkakahati ng mundo. Dahil sa lumalala kasing paligsahan ng pagpapadala ng mga ekspedisyon ng Portugal at Spain, humingi na sila ng tulong. Humingi sila ng tulong ang mga bansa na ito sa tulong ng Papa ng Roma upang mamagitan sa kanilang paglalabanan. Noong 1493 ay gumuhit sila ng tinatawag nating line demarcation. Gumuhit ang Papa ng line demarcation, isang hindi nakikitang linya mula sa gitnang Atlantiko tungo sa Hilagang Pola hanggang Timog Pola. Ipinaliwanag ng line demarcation na ang lahat ng mga matatagpuang kalupaan at katubigan sa kanluran na bahagi ng linya ay para lamang sa Espanya. At sa silangang bahagi ng linya naman ay para naman sa bansang Portugal. Yan ang tinatawag nating line demarcation. Pero nagduda ang mga Portuguese sa naging kinalabasan ng kanilang pagtatanong, kaya nagpetisyon sila na baguhin ang naunang linya. Na dapat mapunta sa kanila at sa Espanya. Nakita nila na baka lumawak kasi ang paggagalugad ng Spain sa kanluran at maaaring maapektuhan ang kanilang mga kalakalan sa silangan. Ipinapakita dito, na noong panahon na iyon ay pinaghatian ng lubusan ng bansang Portugal at Spain ang bahagi ng mundo na di pa nararating ng mga taga-Europe. Ang tanong, bakit kaya hinati ni Pope Alexander VI ang mundo sa Portugal at Spain? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay si Pope Alexander VI ay naglabas ng Papa Bull na maghahati sa lupain na maaaring tuklasin ng Portugal at Spain, ay minabuti niya na hatiin ang mundo dahil sa lumalalang paligsahan ng pagpapadala ng mga ekspedisyon ng Portugal at Spain. Kung yan ang sagot ninyo, kayo ay magaling. Nakuha nyo ang unang tanong para sa paksa natin ngayon. Susunod nating aralin ay ang paglalakbay ni Ferdinand Magellan. Sa taong 1519, nagsimula ang ekspedisyon ni Ferdinand Magellan. Nilakbay ng kanyang ekspedisyon ang rutang pakanluran tungo sa silangan. Natagpuan nila ang silangang baybayin ng South America o Brazil o bansang Brazil sa kasalukuyan. Nilakbay din nila ang isang makitid na daanan ng tubig na tinawag nilang Strait of Magellan sa kasalukuyan. Pinasok ang pinakamalawak o malawak na karagatang Pasipiko hanggang marating nila ang Pilipinas. Sa haba ng kanilang paglalakbay, naranasan nila nakaranas sila ng pag-aalsa ng mga kasamahan nila, pagkagutom, Okay, ngunit nalagpasan nila ang lahat ng ito at nakatagpo ng malalaking kayamanang ginto at mga pampalasa. Naging matagumpay, okay, din sila sa mga sa pagdala, okay, ng relihiyong Katolisismo sa mga katutubo sa mga napuntahan nilang mga lugar. Sa pangkalahatan, napatunayan o nagpatunay ang mga ekspedisyon na maaaring ikutin ang mundo at muling makabalik sa pinanggalingan. Pinatunayan ito ng barkong Victoria na nakabalik sa Spain kahit panapatay si Magellan ng mga tauhan ng katutubong si Lapu-Lapu. Ito ang unang circumnavigation. Pag sinabi nating circumnavigation, ito ay pag-ikot ng mundo. Okay? Itinama nito ang lumang kaalaman ng mga Europeo na ang mundo ay patag. Atin lamang sagutin ang ilan sa mga tanong sa ating aralin. Para sa unang tanong, paano narating ni Magellan ang Pilipinas? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nilakbay niya ng kanyang ekspedisyon, ang rutang pakanluran tungo sa silangang hangganan o sa silangan hanggang marating ang Pilipinas. Para sa ikalawang tanong, ano ang mahalagang bunga ng paglalayag ni Magellan? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay napatunayan ng ekspedisyon nila na maaaring ikutin ang mundo, itinama rin ito, okay, ang lumang kaalaman na ang mundo natin ay patag. Okay, kung yan ang mga sagot ninyo, okay, kayo ay mahusay. Okay? Para sa ikalawang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ay tungkol sa ang mga Dutch. Sa pagpasok na ika-17 siglo, napalitan ng mga Dutch ang mga Portuguese bilang pangunahing bansang kolonyal sa Asya. Inagaw nila ang Moluccas mula sa Portugal at nagtatag ng bagong sistemang plantasyon kung saan ang mga lupain ay pinatamnan ng mga tanim na mabibili sa pamilihan. Nagkaroon din ng mga kolonya ang mga Dutch sa North America. Ay pinangunahan ito ng English na manlalayag na si Henry Hudson na naglakbay para sa mga mangangalakal na Dutch. So napasok ni Henry Hudson ang New York Bay noong 1609 at pinangalanan itong New Netherlands. Noong 1624, isang trade post o himpilang pangkalakalan ang itinatag sa rehiyon na pinangalanan nilang New Amsterdam. Okay, ito ngayon ay kilala bilang New York City sa kasalukuyan. Kung iahambing sa panahon ng mga Dutch sa Amerika, mas nagtagal ang kanilang kapangyarihan sa Asya dahil sa pagkakatatag ng Dutch East India Company noong 1602. Nagtatag ng pamayanan sa Africa ang mga Dutch sa pamamagitan ng mga Boers. Okay, mga magsasakang naninirahan sa may Cape of Good Hope. Okay, ngunit noong ika-17 siglo, humina ang kapangyarihang komersyo ng mga Dutch at ito'y pinalitan ng Inglaterra bilang pinakamalakas na imperyong pangkatubigan ng Europe. Sa ikatlong bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ang tungkol sa kalagahan ng mga paglalayag at pagtuklas ng mga lupain. Naging sentro ng kalakalan ang mga pantalan sa baybay dagat ng Atlantic mula Spain, Portugal, France, Netherlands at England. Sa pagkakatuklas ng mga lupain, higit na dumagsa ang mga kalakal at spices na nagmula sa Asya. Sa North America, may kape, ginto at pilak. Sa South America naman, may asukal at molasses. At ang kanlurang Indies naman ay may indigo. So ang mga produktong ito ang nagpalawak sa paglaganap ng mga salaping ginto at pilak na galing Mexico, Peru at Chile. Ito ang pagsisimula ng pagkakatatag ng mga bangko. Sa dami ng mga salapi kasi ng mga mangangalakal, kinakailangan nila kailangan nilang may paglagyan ng mga salaping barya. Kaya salaping papel ang kanilang ginagamit at ipinakikilala sa mga mangangalakal. Ang salapiring ito ang nagbibigay daan sa pagkakatatag ng salitang ng sistemang kapitalismo. Ang sistemang ito kung saan mamumuhunan ng salapi ang isang tao upang magkaroon siya ng tubo o interes. Noong panahon ng medieval period, hindi alam ng tao ang pag-iipon ng salapi. Hindi nila alam kung paano mag-ipon. Nasisiyahan na sila kung sapat na ang kanilang kita sa kanilang pangangailangan. Ngunit sa pag-unlad ng kalakalan, dumami ang kanilang salaping naipon. Okay, hindi na nila ngayon alam kung saan nila itatago ang mga ito. Okay, bagkus ginamit nilang puhunan para higit na lumago ang kanilang mga salapi. Okay? Paano kaya nakatulong sa paglawak ng kapangyarihan ng Europe ang paglalayag at pagtuklas? Paano kaya ito nakatulong ang paglalayag at pagtuklas? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay higit na dumagsa ang kalakal at spices na nagmula sa Asia, may kape, ginto at pilak sa North America, asukal at molasses sa South America, indigo sa kanlurang Indies. So ang mga produktong ito ang nagpalawak sa paggamit ng ginto at pilak na naging dahilan sa pagkakatatag ng mga bangko. Okay, kung yun ang sagot ninyo, kayo ay mahusay. Okay, sa pakikinig sa atin ngayon, sa ating talakayan. Okay, ika-4 na bahagi ng ating tatalakayin ay tungkol sa epekto, okay, ng unang yugto ng kolonisasyon. May mga iba't ibang epekto tayo. Okay? May bunga, okay, o epekto, okay, ang kolonisasyon. Sa unang epekto ay ang eksplorasyon na pinangunahan ng mga Espanyol at Portuguese ang nagbigay daan sa malawakang pagtuklas ng mga lupaing hindi pa nagagalugad at mga lupaing hindi pa natutuklasan. Ito rin ang nagpalakas ng ugnayan ng silangan at ng kanluran. Okay? Ikalawang epekto, napukaw. Okay, napukaw rin sa interes sa mga bagong pamamaraan at teknolohiya sa heograpiya at paglalayag ang mga eksplorasyon. Okay, ikatlo, sumigla ang pagpapalaganap ng sibilisasyong kanluranin sa silangan sa kolonisasyon. Sumigla yung pagpapalaganap, okay, ng sibilisasyong kanluranin sa silangan. Okay, para sa ika-4, okay, na epekto, nagdulot ng maraming suliranin, okay, ang kolonisasyon sa mga bansang sakop tulad ng pagkawala ng kasarinlan, paninikil ng mga mananakop, at pagsasamantala ng mga likas na yaman ng mga bansang kanilang nasakop. Panglima ay nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa ecosystem sa daigdig na nagresulta sa pagpapalitan ng hayop, halaman, sakit sa pagitan ng Old World at New World. Nakakamanghang isipin, okay, na sa panahon na yon o sa panahong ito ay natutunan nila, okay, ang salitang kasunduan sa pamamagitan ng line demarcation. Nakakamanghang isipin na natutunan ng mga tao, okay, ng mga panahon na yon ang kasunduan sa pamamagitan ng line demarcation. Sa pamamagitan ng mabuting ugnayan, okay, ito ang naging dahilan ng bukas, okay, na komunikasyon, ang pagkakaunawaan, okay, sa aspeto ng buhay. So lagi nating isaisip, okay, at isapuso na sa bawat away at hindi pagkakaintindihan, tanging ang maayos na usapan at magandang ugnayan ang mabisang solusyon sa anumang alitan o tampuhan. Okay? Sana ay naunawaan ninyo ang dahilan sa pagkakahati ng mundo, paano pinalitan ng Dutch ang mga Portuguese bilang pangunahing bansang kolonyal sa Asia, at kahalagahan ng mga paglalayag at pagtuklas ng mga lupain at epekto ng unang yugto ng kolonisasyon. Ngayon ay tapos na natin ang ikatlong bahagi ng ating leksyon. Okay, natapos na tayo. Last week kasi may 2 episode tayo. Okay, tapos ito ang huling bahagi, okay, ng learning competency natin. Okay, ihanda ang so ngayon ay oras na para tasahin at sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa natapos nating aralin. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw na ito. Handa na ba kayo? Okay, nakikita ko na handa na kayo at excited kayong sumagot. Pwede kayong sumagot okay dito sa ating comment section ng ating Facebook live stream. Okay? At para sa ating gawain, isulat ang salitang nakabuti kung ang pangungusap ay nagpapahayag ng magandang epekto. Kung ito naman ay may dulot na masamang epekto, isulat ang salitang nakasama. So, pag nakabuti, nagpapahayag ng magandang epekto, nakasama, okay, o masamang epekto naman. Okay? Una, number 1, paglakas ng ugnayan ng silangan at kanluran. Paglakas ng ugnayan ng silangan at kanluran. Kung ang sagot ninyo, okay, ay nakabuti, kayo ay magaling. Tama. Okay, ang inyong mga sagot. Ikalawa, paglaganap ng sibilisasyong kanluranin sa silangan. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakabuti, kayo ay magaling. Ikatlo, pagbabago ng ecosystem ng ating daigdig, bunga ng pagpapalitan ng hayop at halaman. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakasama, kayo ay mahusay. Ika-4 na tanong, paglinang ng mga kanluranin sa likas na yaman ng bansang nasakop. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakasama, kayo ay tama. Ika-5 at huling tanong natin, okay, interes sa mga bagong pamamaraan at teknolohiya sa heograpiya at paglalayag. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakabuti, good job. Okay, nakuha ninyo. Okay, ang tamang sagot sa ating, okay, ayan, may mga sumasagot tayo sa ating Facebook live stream ngayon sa comment section. Okay, like si Sophia, okay, si Maris Tayag, okay, yung kanilang mga sagot. Okay, tama. Okay, yung kanilang mga inaisagot sa ating comment section. Okay, at isang bahagi ng ating leksyon. Nakuha nyo ba? Okay, nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score sa ating gawain? Okay, magaling. At para sa hindi nakakuha ay huwag mag-alala. Okay, bagkus ay bumawi na lang sa next episode. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ng ating natapos talakayin upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod nating tatalakayin, maaari ninyong basahin ang pahina 312 hanggang 324 para maging handa kayo sa susunod nating leksyon. Ito ay patungkol sa rebolusyong siyentipiko, rebolusyong enlightenment, at rebolusyong industrial. Sana ay huwag ninyong kakalimutan ang mga halagang aral na natutunan ninyo mula sa ating leksyon at sikapin ninyong ibahagi ito sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jessel G. Torres, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, paalam, stay safe, bye-bye!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino, impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Pinarangalan kamakailan ang top performing cops sa Camp General Francisco sa Macabulos sa Tarlac City. Sa paunguna ni Regional Director Brigadier General Jose S. Hidalgo Jr. ng Police Regional Office Region 3. Malugod na sinalubong ng Tarlac Provincial Police Office personnel ang mga top cops sa isang traditional arrival honors. Matapos nito, nagsagawa si Regional Director Hidalgo ng Talk to Men at personal na ginawaran ng mga deserving na PNP personnel sa pagiging ehemplo sa kanilang paglilingkod sa bayan. Matapos nito, binisita niya ang isang bloodletting activity ng Advocacy Support Group at JBL Management sa isang covered court upang bigyang pagkilala ang kanilang patuloy na suporta sa Philippine National Police. Kaugnay nito, nagsagawa sila ng turnover ng Police Mobile Patrol sa Hirona, Moncada at Pura Police Stations at ribbon cutting at blessing ng mga bagong building sa Camp General Francisco S. Macabulos tulad ng PCO Barrack, Multipurpose Center, covered parking, at bagong police headquarter building na pinangunahan ni na Police Brigadier General Hidalgo, Tarlac Province Governor Susan Yap, Gerona Mayor Elo Eclar, Moncada Mayor Estelita Aquino at Pura Vice Mayor John Paul Balmores. Sa isang mensahe, binigyang diin ni Brigadier Hidalgo ang 3 I's: intelligence, integrity, and initiative na mahalagang katangian ng mga pulis sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa komunidad. Sa pamumuno ni Mayor Christy Angeles at City Government of Tarlac, nagsagawa kamakailan ng Bakuna Champions Training Course para sa mga barangay health workers ang City Health Office sa pangunguna ni Dr. Carmela Go sa Kaisa Convention Hall, Tarlac City. Dumalo sa nasabing aktibidad ang 517 barangay health workers mula sa 10 city health centers ng Tarlac City, kung saan nakatanggap sila ng dagdag kaalaman at training course tungkol sa vaccination. Kasama sa nasabing aktibidad sina Nurse Christine Berlin-Kioni, kung saan tinalakay niya ang introduction of vaccination, Nurse Sheila Dano para sa interpersonal communication, at Nurse Marilyn De La Cruz para sa partnership building and engagement. Ang vaccination training ay dagdag kaalaman at kahandaan para sa mga barangay health workers sa nalalapit na mass vaccination para sa measles, rubella at oral polio vaccine supplemental immunization activity sa buwan ng Mayo. Ang nasabing training course ay upang makapaghikayat ng mga barangay health workers na mabakunahan ng maraming mamamayan ng Tarlac upang makaiwas na dapuan ng iba't ibang uri ng sakit.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and live via FB page RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, and Converge Cable, Channel 100. I am Maria Joan J. Castro, broadcasting from Bamban National High School, San Clemente, Tarlac. Accept my warm greetings and let us all say, Sulong Edukalidad, Tarlac Province. Are you ready, grade 8 learners? At this point, I want you to prepare your self-learning module in handicraft making, as well as your pen and notebook so that you can take down notes as we go along with the lesson. Let us now start this interesting Thursday learning experience. It is another day. Make yourself physically and mentally ready for our new lesson. But before that, let us try to recall what you have learned in the previous lesson. Look at the picture on the screen and find the tools that we are using in embroidery. I will give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Okay, let us see if your answers in mind are correct. There is a tape measure on the picture. Tape measure is a tool used for measuring distance of more than 1 foot of materials. Then, we have thimble. Thimble protects the finger from being pricked or poked by a needle while sewing. Next is a picture of embroidery hook or stiletto. It is often used to keep the fabric stretched as stitches on the pattern are added to the embroidery. We also have embroidery scissor. This embroidery scissor is used for fine work, to trim scallops, cut threads, and cut large eyelets. Do you know the last tool that we have in the picture for embroidery? This is the embroidery needle. Embroidery needle has a sharp tip and larger eye than regular sewing needles, so the eye can accommodate embroidery threads. Okay, learners, are the answers you have in mind the same as the ones I mentioned? Very good. Now I can say that you are ready for our next lesson. Today, you will learn another interesting and fulfilling experience on recognizing and performing embroidery stitches. Let's go, grade 8 learners! For today's lesson, you are expected to identify the different embroidery stitches, discuss the steps in making different embroidery stitches, perform the different embroidery stitches, and appreciate the value of learning embroidery stitches. Are you familiar with these stitches? Where can you use them? How is it done? You will learn all of these things as we go through our lesson. Let us first know the meaning of embroidery. Embroidery is the craft of decorating fabric or other materials using a needle to apply thread or yarn. This is an art popular around the globe, and it offers physical and emotional advantages such as enhancing creative skills, boosting brain function, alleviating stress, creating something personal and unique, and most of all, inexpensive or cheap hobby. Do you know that Lumban, Laguna is considered as embroidery capital of the Philippines? Yes, it is a fact because of the quality and world-class products they created and sold to their customers. Embroidery is their main industry and the fuel for its economy. For you to learn more on this craft, here are the different embroidery stitches that you can use. If you have your tools and materials with you for embroidery, you might as well try to follow along and do it yourself as I discuss the different steps. First is backstitch. Backstitch is used to outline a design and baseline of the other embroidery. These are the steps in doing the backstitch. Bring the thread through A and take it in through B. This creates one stitch. Bring the thread through C and take it in through B. This way, we are creating a stitch by taking the thread backward. Bring the thread through D and take it in through C. Continue this pattern to finish the design. A finish line of backstitch would look like this. We also have bullion stitch. This is a single detached stitch used for filling in the design area. Rows of bullion stitches may also be used to outline the pattern. It is recommended that a small eye needle be used for ease of pulling. How is it done? It is done by twisting a thread around a sewing needle several times before inserting the needle into the cloth. One of the most popular stitches used for outlining is the chain stitch. When worked in close rows, it makes good stitches for filling the design area. Let us follow these steps if we want to make a chain stitch. Take a look at figure 1. Bring the needle through the top of the trace line. For figure 2, hold the working thread down towards the left with the thumb. Figure 3, insert the needle at the point where the thread has just come out and bring it up on the trace line about 1/16 of an inch or 1.5 millimeter further along. And our chain stitch is done. This is what cross stitch looks like. This can be used for outlining, bordering, or filling the entire area. Cross stitch is a stitch in which pairs of diagonal stitches of the same length cross each other to form an X. Next is feather stitch. This is a stitch with a loop and stitches evenly work on both left and right sides of a design area. We will begin this by doing a long-tailed daisy with the start point on A. The loop is angled at about 45 degrees since we are making a zigzag pattern. While making the tail, before going in through the fabric, we wrap the thread around the needle as shown in the illustration. Then, the needle is put in through C and brought out through D, again at 45-degree angle. Next, loop the thread around the needle as shown. This is to make the next long-tailed daisy. Continue this procedure in making long-tailed daisies at 45-degree angle. This illustration shows a portion of feathered chain stitch. Amazing, right? This is a fishbone stitch. This is a kind of filling stitch that is ideal for making leaves or feathers. It requires us to divide the pattern into two, and each side is filled alternatively, giving it a plated effect in the center. To begin with, bring the needle out through point A, which is the top tip of line Y. Put it in through B to make a single straight stitch. Now, bring the needle out from a point very close to A on the line X. Put it in through a point very close to B on line Y. Again, pull out the needle through a point very close to A on line Z. This procedure of putting in the needle through X and Z alternatively will follow. Each time, we will be connecting X to Y and Y to Z. Make sure all stitch points lie close to each other to avoid any visible spaces. Halfway through, our leaf would look like this. You can see the rib being formed. Ta-da! The field leaf would look like this. This one is a French knot stitch. It is a single detached stitch used primarily to fill in a design area. It is a popular stitch among embroiderers in that can be used to create the eyes on an embroidered face or the center of a flower. This is a decorative stitch made by winding the thread one or more times around the needle and drawing the needle back through the material at the point where it came out. Next, we have herringbone stitch. Herringbone stitch is a basic overlapping stitch popular for its use in borders. How are we going to make herringbone stitch? Bring the needle out through the first stitch line at A. Now, take the needle in through B, which lies diagonally across A on the second stitch line. Then, take the needle backward out through C, which lies near B. Now, the same procedure will be worked on the first stitch line. Take the needle diagonally across to D and bring the needle backwards out through E. Continue to make such crosses on both stitch lines alternately. Make sure that the diagonal stitches are parallel to each other to bring out the best look. This stitch is what we call lazy daisy chain stitch. It is also known as detached chain stitch. This stitch is worked in a circle to resemble the petals of a flower. When you make lazy daisy chain stitch, bring the thread out through A. Put in the needle near A and bring it out through the point B. But do not pull the needle out completely. Now, loop the thread around the needle like we do in chain stitch. Pull out the needle to tighten the loop. Put in the needle just outside the chain created, and that will finish the lazy daisy stitch. This standalone stitch can be used freely to be part of any design. If you want to make a flower, just proceed with making multiple lazy daisies around the marked stitch line. And here is our final look for our lazy daisy chain stitch. On the slide is loop stitch. This is a very decorative stitch and can be experimented with threads for various colors over borders. Close layers of this stitch can create wonderful effects to a pattern. These are the steps in making loop stitch. Lay the foundation by doing a running stitch. Take a contrasting colored thread and bring it out from near the first running stitch. Start following the Pekinese stitch technique. Take the needle in through the second stitch and come out through the first to make a loop. Continue this step of looping using the running stitch foundation as illustrated. Finish up the pattern for it to look like this. Shown on the screen is a running stitch. It is considered as the easiest stitch for outlining. It is perfect to make dash outlines and used to give a smoother finish. So how are we going to do the running stitch? It is done by running the needle and thread up and down the cloth at a regular distance. On the picture is a satin stitch. This is a strong filling stitch used to cover a designed area with long straight stitches employed very close together. How is it done? Bring the needle out through A and put it in through B. That makes a stitch that covers a small area between the stitch lines. Now, bring the needle back through C, a point very close to A. Continue this action over the two stitch lines. Once finished, the area is filled as shown. You will be spending as much thread on the reverse side as you do on the actual side of the fabric. Next, we have split stitch. The split stitch is done using quite thick threads such as wool. It is used as an outlining stitch or as a filling stitch. The process for working split stitch is similar to working back stitch, but upside down. In fact, the back of your work will end up looking like the front of the back stitch. Use this stitch, which is made by piercing or splitting the previous stitch, for working strong and slightly textured lines of embroidery. Moving on is seed, also known as rice grain stitch. It uses simple straight stitches in a single direction to fill in patterns. It has shorter stitches above the fabric and longer stitches on the reverse side. It reminds us of strawberry seeds, which probably its name originated. If you want to outline embroidered shapes and form flowers, use the stem stitch. It can only be used as filling rows of stem stitch. Work close together within a shape until it is filled completely. How is it done? Bring out the thread through A and take it in through B. Take the needle backwards and bring the thread out through C. Make sure the point C lies over the stitch A to B. You need to note that point C lies about halfway through A and B. Also note that C lies on top of the stitch A to B. So all the subsequent stitch points will lie on top their previous stitch. Take the needle in through D. Try to mark D in such a way that the point B will lie halfway through C to D. Bring the needle out through B. We are done. So these are the different embroidery stitches. We have running stitch, back stitch, split stitch, stem stitch, seed stitch, daisy daisy chain stitch, herringbone stitch, loop stitch, French knot stitch, bullion stitch, cross stitch, satin stitch, chain stitch, feather stitch, and fishbone stitch. I hope you were inspired and learned to appreciate this handicraft, which is called embroidery. I am sure you are now excited to create your own using the stitches you have learned from this lesson. All right. In order to check if you have learned something from our lesson today, get ready for your short quiz. I am inviting you to actively participate on our short quiz for today. If you are watching our Facebook Live, you can type your answer on the comment section. For those who are watching TV and listening radio, you can write your answers on your notebook. Choose the letter of the best answer. I will read the statement twice. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. This is a stitch formed by two cross arms and can be used for bordering or filling the entire area. A back stitch, B bullion stitch, C chain stitch, D cross stitch. I repeat, this is a stitch formed by two cross arms and can be used for bordering or filling the entire area. A back stitch, B bullion stitch, C chain stitch, D cross stitch. What is the correct answer? Very good. Letter D, cross stitch is the correct answer. Let us proceed to number 2. It runs diagonally across the lines and it's pretty simple to work with. A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. Again, it runs diagonally across the lines, and it's pretty simple to work with. A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. If your answer is letter D, you are correct. Herringbone stitch is the answer. Let's go to number 3. It is a popular stitch among embroiderers that can be used to create the eyes on an embroidered face or a center of a flower. A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. I repeat, it is a popular stitch among embroiderers that can be used to create the eyes on an embroidered face or a center of a flower. A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. Who among you answer letter C? You are correct. The answer is letter C, French knot. For our number 4, a stitch with a loop and stitches evenly work on both left and right sides of a design area. A fishbone, A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. Again, a stitch with a loop and stitches evenly work on both left and right sides of a design area. A feather stitch, B fishbone, C French knot, D herringbone stitch. The answer is letter A. Did you get it right? Very good. Last but not the least, this stitch is worked in a circle to resemble the petals of a flower. A lazy daisy chain stitch, B loop stitch, C seed stitch, D satin stitch. I repeat, this stitch is worked in a circle to resemble the petals of a flower. A lazy daisy chain stitch, B loop stitch, C seed stitch, D satin stitch. What is your answer? Nice one. The answer is letter A, lazy daisy chain stitch. Who got a perfect score? Awesome! Congratulations, grade 8 learners. You did a great job. Are you now excited to do the embroidery stitches? Okay, learners, for your performance task, you will be embroidering a cloth face mask. You can create your own design and follow the steps to make the different embroidery stitches. You will only use 3 or more embroidery stitches that you have learned. And you will be rated using this scoring rubric. For design and color, 5 points. Neatness, 5 points. General appearance, 5 points. And workmanship, 5 points. For a total score of 20 points. Here are some examples of embroidered face masks. Have fun while you are embroidering. That ends our lesson for today. Thank you so much to all grade 8 learners who have joined me today. I hope you've learned a lot. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by Department of Education, Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Let us always remember, in TLE, we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Have a great day, everyone. Again, this is your teacher broadcaster in TLE 8, Handicraft Making, Maria Joan J. Castro, from Bamban National High School. Signing off.
Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kabahagi mo. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Sa Paniki, Tarlac, nakatanggap kamakailan ang lahat ng barangay officials, secretary, treasurer at SK chairman sabay ng Paniki ng tulong pinansyal mula kay Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Ang ayudang natanggap ng mga ito ay naisakatuparan dahil sa pakikipagtulungan ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas kay Pangulong Marcos. Nakatanggap naman ang mga ito ng 3,000 piso. Ginanap ang aktibidad sa Eduardo Cuanco Jr. Gymnasium. Sa inilabas na resulta ng Supreme Court of the Philippines Public Information Office kamakailan patungkol sa November 2022 bar examination, 3,992 ang nakapasa rito. 8 sa mga ito na pawang mga first-time takers ay mga dating estudyante ng Tarlac State University School of Law. Kabilang sa mga ito ay si Attorney Bettina Jane Garcia, isang alumni ng TSU School of Law taong 2022. Dagdag pa rito, noong April 2022 o 2020 at 2021 bar examination, tinatayang mayroong 27 na mga bagong lawyers ang naiproduce ng universidad. Kabilang dito si Attorney Michael John Di Marucot na mayroong 85 to 95% na siya ring valedictorian ng TSU School of Law Batch 2021. Meron na ngayong 72.73% passing rate ang TSU para sa mga first-time takers.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and via RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live. I am your teacher on air, Ma'am Perly Nool Obiena. Join me for the next 25 minutes as we try to experience the rhythmic pattern of Indian classical music through tala. So, prepare yourselves to be fascinated as we travel the world through music. Understand the world through arts. Become a stronger citizen of the world through physical education and have the greatest wealth in the world through health. This afternoon's episode in Music 8 will be another fruitful experience for all of you as we try to tile-take important details on Indian system of rhythm. Before we start our discussion this afternoon, I want you to stay in a place where you are most comfortable with and prepare your learner's activity sheet, your pen, and paper. To those who are watching via Facebook Live, send us your reaction and comments on the chat box. Let us start our lesson by a short review on the previous discussion. India is the largest country in South Asia. Due to its geographical location and large demographic population, Indian music contains numerous genres and multiple variety and forms. Music is considered to be an important part of the socio-religious life of India. Generally, music in India remains fundamental as it is the source of their spiritual inspiration, cultural expression, and entertainment. Their music reflects different aspects of Asian culture. It can be noticed in their timbre, rhythm, melody, texture, form, and style. Vocal music of India uses melismatic singing, which means singing many notes to just one syllable, and they sing with nasal voice quality. Indian vocal music is classified into Carnatic music and Hindustani music. Carnatic music refers to the system of music from South India. Carnatic comes from Sanskrit term Karnata Sangitam, which means traditional or codified music, while Hindustani music refers to the music of North India. Hindustani music originated in the Vedic period. This is the period in the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age in the history of India from 1750 to 500 before the Common Era, while Carnatic music originated during Bhakti movement in the 8th century. Although the Hindustani varies from Carnatic music, their musical pieces share common idea of having three main parts. The first part is the raga with single melody line, then accompanied by the second part, a constant fixed note called drone. And the last part is the tala, which is the rhythm. Today's activity will focus on the cycle of beats in Indian music, or the tala. Tala is the rhythmic structure on which the melody is laid. This is similar to the time signature in Western music. To form the rhythmic pattern in classical Indian music, oral drum syllables known as solkatu is used. There are a lot of solkatu or sols with different numbers of syllables. The following are some of the common ones from 1 to 10 syllables. 1. Ta. 2. Taka. 3. Takita. 4. Takadini. 5. Takatakita. 6. Takatakadini. 7. Takita takadini. 8. Takadini takajono. 9. Takadini takatakita. 10. Takatakita tatikita tu. Tala is a cycle of beats that organizes the music in time. They are kept by a series of hand gestures known as angas. The first one is the anudrotam, which is represented by an X. This is a single hand clap with a duration of 1 beat. The second is drutham, which is represented by 0. This is a single hand clap followed by a wave. It has a duration of 2 beats. The third is the lagu, which is represented by I and a number. This is a single hand clap followed by finger taps starting from the little finger to thumb. In Carnatic music, the most common tala used is the Adi Tala, which has an 8-beat cycle. The following are the hand gestures used in Adi Tala. Clap on the first beat, small finger taps on the second beat, Ring finger taps on the 3rd beat, middle finger taps on the 4th beat, clap on the 5th beat, wave on the 16th beat, clap on the 7th beat, and wave on the 8th beat. Here's how to do the aditala for 2 cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright learners, let us do aditala for 2 cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good learners. Let's try to have simple exercises on sols and tala. Let's have exercise number 1. The number represents the beats on the tala. How many beats are there? Did you say 8? That's correct. Aditala has 8 beats. The notes are for the speed. Can you tell the kind of notes used in this exercise? Yes, it's quarter note. In this particular exercise, we have 1 quarter note in every beat, and every quarter note is 1 beat. Below the notes are the oral drum syllables or the sol kato or sols. Observe carefully as I do exercise number 1 for 2 cycles with correct speed and sols. Ta, 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 ta. So now learners, let's do exercise number 1 together for 4 cycles. Ready? Begin. Ta, 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 ta. Good job, learners. For exercise number 2, can you tell how many beats are there? What about the speed of the tala? Do you know what is that musical note symbolizes? Is there a change in the beat of the tala if we use another set of notes? Who says yes? Are you sure? Who among you says no? Is that your final answer? Now, is it a yes or a no? What do you think? Observe as I demonstrate exercise number 2 for 2 cycles so you can tell later if there is a change in the beat. Taka, 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 taka. Alright, let's try to go over the activity slowly. How many beats are there? Yes, it's still 8 beats. But what happened to the speed? To the sols? That's correct. The speed is faster now compared to the first exercise because of the 8th note. An 8th note receives half of a beat of a quarter note. And to emphasize the speed, the oral drum syllable taka is used. Join me as we do exercise number 2 for 4 cycles. Taka, 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 taka. Very good, learners. You're doing great. For those who just tuned in to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac and via RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live. This is your teacher on air, Ma'am Perly Nool Obiena for Music Grade 8 on the topic about TALAK. Let's have another exercise. What is the beat of the TALAK? That's correct. It's 8 beats. How about the speed of our TALAK? Did you say 3/4 notes in a beat? Very good. You are correct. We call it triplets. What is the solkatu? Yes, it's takita. Try to do the third exercise for 2 cycles and later we'll find out if you do it correctly. I will clap the beat. Ready? Begin. 1. 2. 'Did you do it correctly? What do you think? Alright, let's find out. This is how to do exercise number 3 for 2 cycle with its correct speed and souls. Takita, 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 takita. So, did you do it correctly? Very good to those who were able to do the exercise. And for those who still find it difficult, let's do it again for 4 cycles. Ready? Let's begin. Takita, 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 takita. Good job, grade A. Let's have the last one. Can you guess the speed of our TALAK? Did you say 4/16th note in a beat? You are correct. 1/16th note has 1/4 of a beat of quarter note. So, in one beat, there are 4/16th notes. What is the solkatu? That's right, it's takadimi. Takadimi is used to emphasize the speed in exercise number 4. Now, can you do exercise number 4 for 2 cycles? I will clap the beat. Ready? Starts now. 1. 2. 'Alright, let's check if you are correct. I will do exercise number 4. Takadimi, 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 takadimi. Did you do it correctly? Well then, you deserve a good job clap. Good job! Do it again for 4 cycles. I will clap the beat. Ready? Begin. 1. 2. 3. 4. 'Good job! Let us check if you still recall our exercises. Let's start on exercise number 1 for 4 cycles. Are you ready? You may begin now. 1. 2. 3. 4. Good job, learners. Let's have exercise number 2. Begin now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. How about exercise number 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good job, learners. Let's proceed to exercise number 4. Ready? Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kudos, learners, for a job well done. In Hindustani music, they also have their common tala, which is the tintal. It is played on tabla as well as other percussion instruments. Tintal has root or fast tempo. Tintal has 16 beats. The speed is 1/4 note per beat. The solkatu are da, din, din, da, din, din, da, tin, tin, na, din, da. And for the anggas or hand gestures, clap on first beat, small finger taps on second beat, ring finger taps on third beat, middle finger taps on fourth beat, clap on fifth beat, small finger taps on sixth beat, ring finger taps on seventh beat, middle finger taps on eighth beat, wave on the ninth beat, small finger taps on 10th beat, ring finger taps on 11th beat, middle finger taps on 12th beat, clap on 13th beat, small finger taps on 14th beat, ring finger taps on 15th beat, and middle finger taps on 16th beat. Observe carefully as I demonstrate the hand gestures and soles of tintal for 2 cycles. Da, din, din, da, din, da, tin, tin, na, din, da, din, da, din, da, tin, na, din, da. What can you say about the hand gestures and soles of tintal, my dear learners? Once again, I will show you the tintal's hand gestures and soles so you can also do it. Da, din, da, din, da, tin, na, din, da, din, da, din, da, tin, na, din, da. Now, can you do the tintal for 2 cycles all by yourselves? Begin now. 1, 2, 3, Good job, learners! Another tala in Hindustani music used during Holy Festival is the shotal. It has a 12-beat cycle. Quarter note and 8 notes are used for the speed, and the angas has only claps and no waves of the hands. The solkatu are da, din, ta, kita, da, din, ta, tita, kata, gadi, gena. Alright, learners, can you do the shotal? Ready? Begin. Did you do it correctly? Well, let us find out. Da, din, da, kita, da, din, ta, tita, kata, gadi, gena. Did you get the correct way to do the shotal? Now, I want you to do it again for 2 cycles all by yourselves. Begin now. 1. Very good, learners! Did you enjoy the activities? Please let me know by means of sending your reactions and comments via Facebook Live. Before we end this episode, I'd like to remind you of your performance assessment. For Activity 1, make a video performance doing the 4 exercises on souls and tala. And for Activity 2, choose a folk song and create an accompaniment using available resources with the use of aditala, tintal, or shutal for the rhythm. And for the rubrics of your performance, you can refer it to your learner's activity sheet. And send the soft copy of your video performance to your MAPE teacher. 25 minutes of fruitful and fun learning experience in Music 8 has been concluded. I hope you learned something from our activities. You can send questions to my Facebook account or send text messages to your teachers if you have additional questions about the lesson. Again, this is your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Perlino Olabiena, saying, if you want to travel the world, do it through music. If you want to understand the world, do it through arts. If you want to become a stronger citizen of the world, do it through physical education. And if you want the greatest wealth in the world, do it through health. See you again next time.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on On air. And online. Sa buong mundo. Sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino. One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Balen, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. Your only one FM.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English language dictionary and vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good day, fellow lifelong learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, a landmark project of the Schools Division of Tarlac Province to make sure quality and accessible education continues amid the COVID-19 pandemic. To all our grade 9 learners out there, thank you for tuning in to DZTC 828 Radio Filipino. Likewise, to all you watching this broadcast on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 or watching our live streaming on FB, I hope you're going well and that right now you are in your productive learning space or study spot at home, ready for another fun learning. Speaking of fun, there's so much excitement learning English, the most spoken language worldwide. English has been our access to different viewing materials, from our favorite movies to our most liked TV shows. With easy access to different viewing materials available on traditional TV or on the internet, there's so much information we need to understand, evaluate, and filter. Having the skill to filter information means you need to develop that competency of differentiating relevant from irrelevant information, of differentiating real from fake news. And that gives us the very essence of having to learn the second learning competency of the third quarter, stated as determine the relevance and truthfulness of the information in the material view. Well, developing the said competency comes gradually. This afternoon is the first episode focusing on the nature of viewing materials with the theme Becoming an Active Viewer. Please join me in this 25-minute broadcast as we unleash the active viewer in you. Specifically, we are expecting that after these broadcasts, you should have developed the following competencies. Number one, you learn how to classify the types of viewing materials. You connect questions with the elements of viewing material and ask questions about the material being viewed. I'm sure you are very much ready for this engaging activity. Make sure that you have a pen and paper with you. If you have other family members beside you, then please invite them to be your learning partners. Let's get started. Let's define first the word viewing. What is viewing? Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines viewing as an act of seeing, watching, or taking a look. What are these materials that can be seen, watched, or looked at? It's time to do activity 1, titled In Your Eyes. Please refer to your learning activity sheet, and in activity 1, you will find there words. And what you're going to do is to put a check, choose the words which you think are examples of viewing materials. Let's have 1 minute to do that. Take your time.
Loving foolishly, dream about you all the time. Every night, furiously chasing and dreaming, looking for your right stage. I'm the foolish.
Check your answers. Did you check the words infographic, movie, music video, photo, TikTok video, and vlog? Wow, you've aced the activity. Give yourself a pat on the back. As you might have noticed, viewing materials can be print, like photo and infographic, or digital. For example, we have movie, music video, and vlog. While today's teens still read newspapers, magazines, or textbooks, where they get to see illustrations and photos, most of them are more interested to watch videos on TV or on the net using their smartphones. Most of them are really engaged in downloading movies, okay, watching movies in the Netflix. Videos are types of viewing materials described as multimodal. What do we mean by the word multimodal? Okay, from the word multi and then modal, meaning to say it's a combination of images and sounds. At times, multimodal viewing material is a combination of text, images, and sounds. For example, when you're watching a movie with subtitle, that material is considered a multimodal in that there is a text, you also hear the dialogues of the characters, and you also see their graphics. Now that you know what viewing is and its two general types, we can already proceed with describing active viewing. The question is, what does it take to do ACT-IVE, or active viewing? Well, you are an active viewer if you ask questions while viewing. Number one, you pay full attention to the things that you watch. Number two, you interact with the viewing material, and you give comments, you give reactions, as like when you're watching a soap opera, you are being swayed. Okay? Unconsciously, you empathize with the characters. And for the third thing that you must do in order to become an active viewer, you should question what happens on screen and look for the answers. What's the key to becoming an active viewer? Very easy, by asking questions. Remember, your critical viewing skill is developed based on the kinds of questions you ask. Now, let's do activity 2. It's called the questioning mind. Once again, you refer to your learning activity sheet and you will see there scenes from the movie Love You to the Stars and Back. You have there 6 frames, okay? And I'd like you to think of questions that you want to ask to the director of the movie based on the frames given. The timer starts now. Okay, while doing that, let's hear the theme song of the movie Love You to the Moon and Back. Question the given images. Let's try to process your answers. Did you ask the question, what type or kind of viewing material I am watching? What am I watching? Well, if this is the kind of question you have, then you are close to identifying the genre or of the viewing material. What is genre? It's a big word, too technical. Well, let's simplify it. Genre, you also refer to the kind or type of material you are watching. A. The genre is a category of artistic composition, as in TV program, movie, music, television, or commercial, characterized by similarities in form, style, or subjects. Genre is developed over time. What are some examples of genres that we can watch on traditional TV? We have soap opera, game show, we also have variety show. Now, let's see if you can identify the genre of this TV program. What you see there, a picture. Okay? We cannot play it because of copyright issues, but I'd like you to see the picture and based on it, what do you think is the genre? Assuming that you are watching, what do you think is the genre of that program? It starts with letter S. Any guess? There you go. You got it. Indeed, it's a sports program. You see there the picture of Manny Pacquiao fighting. See? So it's a sports program. Now, still on questions you might have thought while doing activity 2. The first one, what is this material I am watching? It refers to the genre. Another question is, what is the video trying to tell me? What is the message behind the video? Okay? When we speak of the message, then we also refer to the content, the topic, the concept or theme of the viewing material. In movies, the classic themes include love, humanity versus technology, sacrifice, good versus evil, death, perseverance, coming of age, family drama, and reason, versus faith. Let's It's time to practice. Let us identify the theme of this viewing material. Again, okay, for in order not to violate copyright law, okay, instead of playing this video, I just would like you to look at the picture. It's the trailer, okay, of the a movie Iron Man. So what do you think is the theme of that movie? Is it about love? Is it about good versus evil? Is it about reason versus faith? Oh, so there is a comment from the chat box. So it's about humanity versus technology. You're right. See? So we're done with the first element. What is this material I am watching? It refers to the genre. Then to the second element. What is the message? What is the content of the material I am watching? We now move on to questions like, who is the creator of this video? For whom is this video created? When you start asking questions like what I have said, okay, then you are identifying elements of viewing material, specifically the author and the audience. Okay. The author, like now, this TV-based lesson is produced by DZTC in cooperation with the Schools Division of Tarlac Province. So they serve as the authors. Then another question is, for whom is this video prepared or created? The moment you ask that question, then you are referring to the other element of the viewing material, which is the audience. There are two types of audience. We have the invoked audience and the addressed audience. At this point, you are considered as the addressed audience because you are now listening to this broadcast. You are watching this TV lesson, TV based lesson. You are the address. Okay. You are actually viewing the material. Therefore, you are considered as addressed. Another one is the invoked audience. The director or the creator of a video has in mind a specific group of people, okay, who will be the audience, who will be the consumer of his or her video. And we call that type of audience as what? It's the invoked audience. Again, we have two types of audience. We have address audience and invoke audience. This time, let's watch the teaser coming from the provincial government, the trailer inviting you to join the Kanlahi Festival 2021. Please identify whether you are who do you think is the address or invoke audience of that video. Let's watch this. Wow, there you have it. you've seen the trailer of the Kanlahi Festival 2021, and the question is, who do you think is the invoked audience? Who do you think is the addressed audience? Do you think you are part of the invoked audience? Yes or no? Absolutely. You are part of the invoked audience because you are a TarlakHenyo, and the provincial government wants to invite you to join this celebration. And as a TarlakHenyo, you are part of the invoked audience. Another one, do you consider yourself as the addressed audience? Yes, of course. Okay? And who do you think is the creator? It's very clear. It's produced by the provincial government of Tarlac. Okay? So we're done with the first three elements. Okay? Number one is the genre. Number two is the message. Number three is the author. And at the same time, audience. We now move on to another element. Of course, when you are watching, you have in your mind questions like, why is this video being shown? What is the purpose of the author for creating this video? Then, when you start asking those questions, you are touching on another element of the viewing material, which is exactly purpose. What is the purpose of the viewing material? Generally speaking, there are four purposes why an author creates a video. Number one, it is to entertain. Number one is to entertain. Number two, to inform. Another purpose is to describe. And lastly, to persuade. Of course, in one viewing material, there are overlapping reasons. Okay? A viewing material aims to describe something, or and at the same time, it aims to persuade. There are overlapping purposes. Of course, in one video material, there is this dominant purpose. Okay? Now, you could see another video, this time just an image of a child. Okay. What do you think is the purpose, okay, of the poster? Is it to describe, to inform, to persuade, or to describe, inform, or to persuade? Okay. You will notice that the image there has that the picture has images that appeal to the emotion. When you see the child, you are carried away. You empathize with her. Basically, what do you think is the purpose of the material? It is to yes, it aims to persuade. So, what we have discussed so far are the elements of the viewing material, the questions we need to ask in order to discover the meanings behind the viewing material. We have the number one, the genre, what kind of material I am watching. Number two, what is the message behind? Who is the creator of this video? For whom is this video? And lastly, what is the purpose of this video? All these five elements, all these questions, they are interrelated. And when we ask them, we start being critical. We start becoming an active viewer. Now, let's try to answer these questions as our final assessment. Let's answer number one. Which of the following is a digital viewing material? A. Book illustration. B. Editorial cartoon. C. Painting. D. PowerPoint presentation. Number two. Which of the following is a print viewing material? A. Documentary, B. Infographic, C. Music video, D. TV commercial. Number 3. What element of viewing material refers to its content? A. Audience, B. Author, C. Genre, D. Message. Number 4. What is the primary function of the slogan, "If you destroy the earth, you destroy the chance of life"? A. To describe, B. To explain, C. To inform, D. To persuade. And number 5, which statement best describes active viewing? Active viewing is immediately believing 100% what you are watching. B. Active viewing is giving comment based on one's bias and prejudice. C. Active viewing is critically asking questions about the viewing material. And D. Active viewing is choosing the information relevant to one's reasons for viewing. Let's check your answers. Number 1 is D. You got it? Congratulations. Number 2 is B. Number 3 is D. Number 4 is C. And number 5 is C. How many points did you get? Did you get 5? Wow, that's excellent. 4? Well, very good. 3? Still good. Wow, you've just shown how active you are when it comes to viewing at the same time listening to this 25-minute broadcast. I really congratulate you. I'm so happy. Teacher MC is so happy with the results of your post-assessment. Please keep up the good work. Once again, this is Teacher MC giving you this quotation that knowledge is power when it is put to use. I hope that all the learnings that you have this afternoon will be put to use as you unleash the active viewer in you.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Kaisa ang Tarlac City Government sa pagsisiguro na ligtas sa mga tao sa anumang nakakahawang sakit, katuwang iba't ibang mga departamento. Kamakailan, bumisita ang mga kinatawan ng USAID Technical Consultants, Epidemiology Bureau, Breakthrough Action, Infectious Disease Detection and Surveillance Project, at DOHRESU sa City Epidemiology and Surveillance Unit ng City Health Office upang talakayin ang international health regulations. Isinagawa rito ang evaluation sa mga interviews at ni-reviews ang iba pang mga importanteng dokumento na nakatuon sa detection, preparedness at response. Lalong-lalo na sa surveillance, laboratory, at communicable diseases management gaya ng avian flu at ASF. Binigyang diin naman ng City Government of Tarlac sa publiko na asahan ng matatag na pakikipag-ugnayan ng syudad sa international health regulations sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni Mayor Kirsty Angeles. Layunin ng pagbisita ng mga ito na maiwasan ang pagkalat ng mga nakakahawang sakit, panatilihin ang kaligtasan ng pagkain, subaybayan ng mga sakit, tugunan ng mga outbreaks at patatagin ng kahandaan sa public health emergencies. Ang Provincial Government of Tarlac at Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund ay nagsagawa kamakailan ng seeds distribution kick-off ceremony at technical briefing para sa Tarlac rice farmers sa bulwagang Kanlahi, Diwa ng Tarlac. Tinatayang 78,668 bags of seed ang ipinamahagi sa mga rice farmers. Parte ito ng Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund na may layunin na i-improve ang competitiveness ng mga rice farmers at pataasin ang kanilang kita. Sa mensahe ni Tarlac Province Vice Governor Carlito Casada David, ang mga ipinamahagi na binhi ng palay ay libre. Nanawagan din ito sa Department of Agriculture na matulungan ang probinsya sa kanilang problema sa mga patubig. Pinasalamatan naman ni Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund Region 3 Director Dr. Flordelisa Borde ang Provincial Government of Tarlac at mga rice farmers para sa kanilang mainit na pagtanggap sa mga ito. Nakatanggap ang Tarlac City rice farmers ng 15,616 na sako ng binhi ng palay, 8,676 sa Kamiling, 7,808 sa Mayantok, 6,561 sa Concepcion, 5,639 sa Victoria, 5,043 sa Herona, 5,032 sa La Paz, 4,772 sa Santa Ignacia, 4,338 sa Paniki at San Jose, 2,386 sa Anao, 1,735 sa Moncada, 1,301 sa San Manuel, Pura at Capas, 1,085 sa San Clemente, at 868 sa Ramos at Bamban. Pinangunahan naman ni Vice Governor David Borde at Provincial Agriculturist Alicia Cruz ang pamamahagi nito.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan o kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at ng DZTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw mga kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral mula sa grade 9? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa Himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9 para sa araw na ito, Binibining Regelant P. Jaos, magtuturo sa inyo via live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Capas, Tarlac. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin patungkol sa daloy ng ekonomiya. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napakikinggan ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong learner's material o module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa unang aralin ng ikatlong markahan. Ito ay ang paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ihanda rin ang inyong ballpen, sulatang papel, at ang learning activity sheet upang makasunod sa ating talakayan at maitala ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa ika-4 at ika-5 modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Ating tinalakay ang ikatlong modelo sa paikot na daloy ng pambansang ekonomiya. Ang pamilihang pinansyal, pag-iimpok, at pamumuhunan. Maaari ba ninyong tukuyin ang tatlong mahalagang pamilihan sa modelong ito? Mahusay! Ito ay ang pamilihan ng mga salik ng produksyon o factor market, pamilihan ng mga kalakal at paglilingkod o commodity o goods market, at ang mga pamilihang pinansyal o financial market. Sa ikatlong modelo, nag-iimpok ang mamimili bilang paghahanda sa hinaharap. Hindi nito gagastusin ang isang bahagi ng natanggap na kita. Ang bahagi ng kita na hindi ginastos ay tinatawag na impok o savings. Ito ang inilalagak sa pamilihang pinansyal. Kabilang sa naturang pamilihan ay ang mga bangko, kooperatiba, insurance company, pawn shop, at stock market. Ang paglago ng ekonomiya sa ikatlong modelo ay nakabatay sa pagtaas ng produksyon. Mahalagang punto rin sa ikatlong modelo ang mga nabanggit sa ikalawang modelo. Ngunit, may mga karagdagang dala ang pagsulpot ng mga gawain ng pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan, kung saan nakatutulong sa paglago ng ekonomiya ang paglaki ng pamumuhunan dahil mas maraming nalilikhang mga trabaho para sa sambahayan. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong maipaliliwanag ang bahaging ginagampanan ng mga bumubuo sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ito ay mula sa Most Essential Learning Competencies na may code na AP9-MAK-3A-2. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nakikinig o nanonood sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/rehelia.ana o di kaya na may mag-type mag-text o tumawag sa numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen 0977-425-0552. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksang aralin, ating subukan ang inyong paunang kaalaman sa ating paksa. Ihanda ang inyong papel at ballpen at piliin lamang ang pinakaangkop na sagot sa aking mga katanungan. Handa ka na ba? Magaling! Tara, simulan na natin. Para sa unang bilang, ano ang inilalarawan ng paikot na daloy ng pambansang ekonomiya? Ano ang inilalarawan ng paikot na daloy ng pambansang ekonomiya? A. Ugnayan ng bawat sektor ng ekonomiya. B. Kita at gastusin ng pamahalaan. C. Kalakalan sa loob at labas ng bansa. D. Negosyo. Ang tamang sagot ay titik A. Ugnayan ng bawat sektor ng ekonomiya. Ikalawang katanungan. Tagalikha ng pampublikong paglilingkod para sa sambahayan at bahay kalakal mula sa buwis na nakolekta nito. Tagalikha ng pampublikong paglilingkod para sa sambahayan at bahay kalakal mula sa buwis na nakolekta nito. A. Panlabas na sektor. B. Pamahalaan. Or B. Negosyo. C. Pamahalaan. D. Pamilihan ng kalakal at paglilingkod. Kung ang sagot mo ay titik C. Pamahalaan, tama ka. Ikatlong katanungan. Tumutukoy ito sa halagang natatanggap ng tao kapalit ng kanyang produkto o serbisyong ibinibigay. Tumutukoy sa halagang natatanggap ng tao kapalit ng produkto o serbisyong kanilang ibinibigay. A. Tubo. B. Upa. C. Interes. D. Sahod. Kung ang sagot mo ay titik D. Sahod, muli, ikaw ay tama. Ikaapat na katanungan. Ito ang tawag sa kita mula sa buwis. Ito ay ginagamit ng pamahalaan upang makalikha ng pampublikong paglilingkod. Ito ang tawag sa kita mula sa buwis. Ito ay ginagamit ng pamahalaan upang makalikha ng pampublikong paglilingkod. A. Sahod. B. Interes. C. Public revenue. D. Buwis. Ang sagot mo ba ay titik C? Public revenue? Napakahusay! At para sa huling katanungan, ano ang tawag sa pag-aangkat ng mga produkto o serbisyo mula sa ibang bansa? Ano ang tawag sa pag-aangkat ng produkto mula sa ibang bansa? A. Export. B. Import. C. Deport. D. Remittance. Kung ang sagot mo ay titik B. Import, tama ka na naman. Nakuha niyo ba ang lahat ng tamang sagot? Magaling! Kung hindi naman, huwag mag-alala dahil may tsansa pa para kayo ay bumawi sa susunod. At ngayon ay magsisimula na tayo sa ating paksang aralin. Ang ikaapat ng modelo sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya ay ang pamahalaan at pamilihang pinansyal, salik ng produksyon, kalakal at paglilingkod. Ito ang modelo ng ekonomiya kung saan ang pamahalaan ay lumalahok sa sistema ng pamilihan. Maaaring maliit o mabagal ang gampanin ng pamahalaan dito. Maaari rin namang malaki at aktibo ito. Kung ang unang gampanin ang pagbabatayan, ang pamahalaan ay kabilang sa politikal na sektor. Labas ang pamahalaan sa usapin ng pamilihan. Ngunit, kung sa ika-4 na modelo ang pagbabatayan, papasok ang pamahalaan bilang ikatlong sektor. Ang naunang dalawang sektor ay ang sambahayan at ang bahay kalakal. Bukod sa pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan, ang pagbabayad ng buwis ay nagiging karagdagang gawain sa ekonomiya. Tulad din sa pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan, mga broken lines ang ginamit sa pagbabayad ng buwis. Ang pagbabayad ng buwis ay takdang gawain ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal sa isang pamilihan. Sumisingil ng buwis ang pamahalaan upang kumita. Ang kita naman mula sa buwis ay tinatawag na public revenue. Ito ang ginagamit ng pamahalaan upang makalikha ng mga pampublikong paglilingkod. Ang mga pampublikong paglilingkod ay nauuri sa pangangailangan ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang kita ng pambansang ekonomiya sa modelong ito ay maitatakda ng kabuuang gastusin ng sambahayan, bahay kalakal, at pamahalaan. Ang paglago ng pambansang ekonomiya ay may tatlong pinagbabatayan. Una, ang pagtaas ng produksyon. Ikalawa, ang produktibidad ng pamumuhunan. At ikatlo, ang produktibidad ng mga gawain ng pamahalaan. Upang maging matatag ang ekonomiya, mahalagang makalikha ng positibong motibasyon ang mga gawain ng pamahalaan. Mahalagang maihatid ang mga pampublikong paglilingkod na ipinangakong isa sa katuparan sa pagsingil ng buwis. Hangad ng bawat sektor na makita ang kinahinatnan ng pagbabayad ng buwis. Sa pagsingil ng buwis, mahalagang hindi mabawasan ang produktibidad ng bawat sektor. Hindi maiiwasan na magtaas sa pagsingil ng buwis. Ngunit, mahalaga na hindi makaramdam ng paghihirap ang mga sektor sa pagtataguyod ng mga kanilang pangangailangan at kagustuhan. Sa aspeto ng gastusin ng pamahalaan, mahalagang mapag-ibayo ang mga kaalaman at kakayahan ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang mga pampublikong paglilingkod ay dapat maging produktibo. Sa kabilang banda, hindi dapat maging palaasa ang mga tao sa tulong na ibinibigay ng pamahalaan. Ngunit, may pagkakataon na hindi sapat o wala ang kinakailangan ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal sa bansa, kung kaya binubuksan ang ekonomiya para sa pagkikipagkalakalan sa iba't ibang mga bansa. At dito papasok ang ika-5 modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Sa unang 4 na modelo, ang pambansang ekonomiya ay sarado. Ang saradong ekonomiya ay hindi nakikipag-ugnayan sa mga dayuhang ekonomiya. Ang tuon lamang ng mga naunang talakayan ay ang panloob na takbo ng ekonomiya. Ang perspektiba sa saradong ekonomiya ay domestic. Iba ang usapin kapag ang pambansang ekonomiya ay bukas. Ang panlabas na sektor ay nagbubukas ng oportunidad para sa bahay kalakal at sambahayan sa pamamagitan ng pagkikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang bansa. At nagiging posible ito sa pamamagitan ng pamahalaan dahil nagpapatupad ito ng mga patakaran at polisiya na makatutulong upang magkaroon ng ugnayan sa sambahayan at bahay kalakal ang panlabas na sektor. Dahil dito, ang mga pamilihan sa labas ng bansa ay maaaring magpasok o mag-angkat ng mga produkto at serbisyo na kinakailangan para sa produksyon ng bahay kalakal o yung mga produkto na gusto at kailangan ng sambahayan para sa kanilang pagkonsumo. Maaari ba kayong magbigay ng halimbawa ng mga produktong inaangkat ng mga bahay kalakal at sambahayan? Magaling! Mga sasakyan, laptops, langis, mga makinariang ginagamit sa mga factories, kasama din ang iba't ibang mga medical equipment at mga gamot. May mga sambahayan at bahay kalakal ang dayuhang ekonomiya. Pareho rin sila na may pinagkukunang yaman. Maaaring magkaiba ang kaanyuan at dami ng mga ito. Maaari ring kailangan nila ang ilan sa mga ito bilang salik ng produksyon. Ang pangangailangan sa pinagkukunang yaman ay isang basehan ng pagkikipagkalakalan. May mga pinagkukunang yaman na ginagamit bilang sangkap ng produksyon na kailangan pang angkatin sa ibang bansa. Lumilikha ng produkto mula sa pinagkukunang yaman ang pambansang ekonomiya, gayon din ang dayuhang ekonomiya. Maaaring magkapareho ang kanilang produkto, maaari din namang magkaiba. Nakikipagpalitan ang dalawang ekonomiya ng produkto sa isa't isa. Ang pagpasok ng mga produkto sa ating bansa ay may karampatang buwis na kinakailangan bayaran na siyang bahagi ng kita ng pamahalaan. Samantala, ang gagastusin ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal sa pagbili ng mga produkto at serbisyo mula sa panlabas na sektor ay ang siyang tinatawag na kita ng panlabas na sektor. Ang mga produkto naman na nilikha ng bahay kalakal ay maaaring iluwas o i-export sa ibang bansa. Maaari ba kayong magbigay ng mga produktong ine-export ng ating bansa? Narito ang ating top 5 commodity exports: gold, bananas, coconut oil, refined copper, at copper ore. Sa panig naman ng sambahayan, ay maaari ding itong magluwas ng salik ng produksyon gaya ng paggawa o yung pagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa, at bilang kapalit nito ay magkakaroon ng kita ang sambahayan para sa kanilang pagkonsumo. Alam ba ninyo na ang kita ng ating mga OFWs ay malaki ang naitutulong sa ating ekonomiya? Ang malaking remittance na ipinapadala sa ating bansa ang nagpapanatiling matatag sa halaga ng piso kontra dolyar. Ang panlabas na sektor ay nagbubukas ng panibagong oportunidad para sa mga sambahayan at bahay kalakal na paunlarin ang kanilang kakayahan, kaalaman at produktibidad dahil mas marami ng kakompetensya sa pagtamo ng kanilang layunin at bahagi sa ekonomiya. Ito rin ay ang siyang solusyon upang matugunan ang kakapusan ng ating bansa sa mga likas na yaman. Ang katatagan ng isang ekonomiya ay kinakailangan ng tamang balanse sa pagkilos ng sambahayan, bahay kalakal at pamahalaan sa loob ng iba't ibang pamilihan sa pambansang ekonomiya. Sa kabuuan, ang 5 modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya ay una, simpleng ekonomiya; ikalawa, ang bahay kalakal at sambahayan sa pamilihan ng tapos na produkto at salik sa produksyon; ikatlo, pamilihang pinansyal, pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan. Ika-4, ang pamahalaan at pamilihan ng pinansyal, salik ng produksyon, kalakal, at paglilingkod. At ang ika-5 modelo naman, ang pambansang ekonomiya sa kalakalang panlabas. At ngayon, para sa inyong performance task, gamit ang inyong learning activity sheet, gawin ang gawain 2. I-collage mo at narito ang panuto. Gamit ang mga materyales na maaaring gamitin muli o mga materyales na indigenous sa inyong lugar o maaaring makuha sa inyong tahanan, bumuo ng isang diagram ng paikot na daloy gamit ang ika-5 modelo. Idikit ito sa illustration board o kartolina. Makikita ang rubric sa pagmamarka ng inyong gagawing collage sa inyong learning activity sheet. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating susuriin ang konsepto ng pambansang kita. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone, ang inyong sinagutang gawain at isumite ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Sa mga walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ang inyong ginawang activity sa barangay hall sa itatakdang pagsasauli at pagkuha ng module. Isang paalala lamang, ang inyong mga magulang o guardian ang maaaring magpunta sa barangay hall sa pagpasa ng mga sinagutang gawain. Sila rin ay inaasahang susunod sa ating mga health protocols gaya ng pagsusuot ng face mask, paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Pinipining Regelan Tichaos, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Arestado ang 4 na individual sa ikinasang 24-hour anti-illegal drug operations ng Tarlac Police sa probinsya. Isang lalaki ang arestado sa bypass operation na isinagawa ng mga personal ng Hirona Municipal Police Station matapos ito magbenta ng isang plastic sachet na hinihinalang naglalaman ng shabu sa nagpapanggap na buyer sa halagang 500 pesos. Nasabat din rito ang 2 pang plastic sachet na naglalaman ng hinihinalang shabu at isang unit ng cellphone. Habang 3 naman ang inaresto ng kapulisan sa isinagawang bypass operation ng Tarlac City Personnel at PNP Drug Enforcement Unit, Special Operations Unit 3 sa kahabaan ng Aquino Boulevard, Barangay Kutkut First, Tarlac City. Tinatayang 42 na plastic sachets ang nakumpiska na hinihinalang naglalaman ng shabu, 1,000 bill na ginamit bilang bypass money, 2 unit ng cellphone at 2,000 pesos. Kasalukuyang nasa himpilan ng pulisya ang mga arestadong sospek. Inanunsyo kamakailan ni Mayor Christy Angeles sa Barangay Armenia kung saan isinagawa ang kanilang Angel Care Program, ang muling pagbabalik ng libreng panonood ng sine para sa mga lolo at lola sa lungsod ng Tarlac. Matatandaan na nauna na itong naimplementa ni Mayor Angeles taong 2019 at nahinto lamang ito dahil sa pandemya noong 2020. At ngayon ay ibabalik na ang programa sa SMCT Tarlac. Ani ng Mayora, kapag okay na umano ang Memorandum of Agreement, kailangan lang magpakita ng Senior Citizen ID ang mga lolo at lola sa SM Cinema para makalibre sa panonood. Inaasahan ng opisyal at epektibong pagbabalik nito kasabay ng anibersaryo ng cityhood.
Tuberculosis. Ang TB ay isang seryosong sakit. Kapag ikaw ay nakaranas ng kahit ano sa mga sumusunod: ubo, lagnat, pananakit ng dibdib, pagbaba ng timbang, pagkawala ng gana sa pagkain, kumonsulta agad sa inyong health center. Libre ito. Hindi ito dapat ikahiya dahil ito'y nagagamot na. Maging bahagi ng TB-Free Pinas. Consult tayo sa ating mga primary care provider para sa Healthy Pilipinas. Paalala mula sa Department of Health.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. Your only one FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
At sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to another set of Learning in Technology and Livelihood Education, third quarter agrocrop production. You are now tuning in to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828, Radio Filipino, Tarlac. I am Sir James Wisdom F. Javier from Villaglipay National High School, your teacher broadcaster for today. How are you today, learners? I hope everyone is doing great, healthy and safe as you continue having fun and exciting while you are in the comfort of your homes. And of course, to start our discussion right, I want you to prepare your learning activity sheet, your pen, your activity notebook. Once you are ready, find the most comfortable area in your place when you can listen and participate well in our discussion. You are now ready? Be engaged in our today's lesson by typing your answer to your activity later on comment section of our Facebook Live on RTV Channel 26. Our lesson in TL9 Agricrop Production today is about preparing tools, equipment for nursery work. Let me remind you that at the end of our session, you are expected to, first, identify the required materials, tools, and equipment based on the list provided and authority instruction.
Second, check the materials, tools, and equipment based on manufacturer list. And lastly, discuss steps in conducting preventive maintenance. To start our lesson, participate and learn today with activity number 1. In your learning activity sheet on page 2, try to identify pictures given. Put a check in the space provided if it is tool, and if not, leave it blank. Farm tools implements our equipment plays a very important role in agri-crop production. Their availability makes work easier and faster. However, even if one may have the most sophisticated tools, implements, and equipment, but does not know how to use them, they are useless. In order to do crop production preparation successfully, one must have a good working knowledge of tools, implements, and equipment before using them. Useful quality tool can be significant investment, but they will last longer and return the favor if you take care of them. Making sure that your devices are properly stored, clean, and well maintained will save your time and money, as well as making your project and job more comfortable. So, what are farm tools? Farm tools are objects that are usually light and are used without the help of animals and machines. The following are examples of farm tools. The first tool is bolo. Bolo is a large strong blade, usually around half a meter long. It is effective in cutting small branches and heavy underbrush. It is also used to remove tall grasses and weed and to slash tree branches. The second is crowbar. Crowbar is used to dig large pits and remove large stones and stumps. Crowbar are commonly used to open nailed wooden crates. Common uses for larger crowbars are removing nails, breaking apart boards, and generally breaking things. It can be used as any of the three clever classes, but the curved end is usually used as first class lever and the flat end as a second class lever. The third is pick mattock. This tool is used to create canals, cracks hard topsoil, and remove stones and tree trunks. Pick mattock is a very handy tool that combines the pointed hard of a pick used digging up hard soil and rock, and adze which can be used for cutting through roots. The fourth is grab hoe. Grab hoe is a long handle with a flat and perpendicular blade at the end. It is used to remove weeds by agitating, grooming the soil surface, dig, move, and heal soil during preparation for planting. Also, it is used to breaking hard topsoil and pulverizing soil. The fifth is the spade. It is used for removing trash or soil, digging canals or ditches, and mixing soil media. What is garden spade? Don't call it shovel, as the spade is an altogether different implement. It is all-purpose tool that most gardener can't live without. Garden spade is used in cultivation, terracing, contouring, and aid in such tasks as drainage and more. Ergonomic design makes using a garden spade less difficult, and modern tools are increasingly being fashioned for a comfort but also accommodate certain handicap and physical stresses. Our sixth tool is shovel. Shovel is a highly versatile and widely used garden tool. It is used to dig large holes and transport heavier materials such as wet soil and rocks. Its sharp edges can cut the roots and sods as well as break a compacted soil. It is used for removing trash, digging loose soil, moving soil from one place to another, and mixing soil media. Will you guess the seventh tool? Very good. Rake. Rake is used for cleaning ground and leveling the topsoil. It is a long-handled tool used to create a fine tilt and leaven seedbeds. It collects plant debris and stones for seedbed surface and break soil clumps and spread fertilizer in compost. The eighth tool is spading fork. This tool is used for loosening the soil, digging out root crops, turning over the materials into a compost heap. It is used for digging up soil situations where use of a spade may be difficult for turning up soils. It is also used to till large areas of soil and break up compacted clods or rake out and stones. The ninetieth is the hand trowel. Hand trowel is a small-handed tool used to dig a small hole and transplant vegetable seedlings. This use is to loosening soil and growing plants and putting a small amount of manure fertilizer in the soil. Next is pruning shear. Our 10th tool. Pruning shear is used for cutting branches of plant. Used for cutting branches of plant, we have different type of shears depending on your purposes. We have shear for pruning and for harvesting. Our 11th tool is sprinkler. This is a portable water container used for watering small areas and container and used for watering seedlings and young plants. Next is our 12th and last tool, the wheelbarrow. This tool is used for hauling trashes, manures, fertilizer, planting materials, and other equipment. It is also used in transporting seedlings, planting materials, growing media, as well as small loads. We are done with the farm tools. Let's move into farm equipments. Farm equipments are machineries used in crop production. They are used in land preparation and transporting farm inputs and products. This equipment needs a highly skilled operator to use. First is hand tractor. Hand tractor is used to pull a plow and harrow in preparing a large area of land. Two-wheel hand tractor accept a wide range of implements such as the following. For soil working, rototillers, moldboards plow, disc plow, rotary plow, root tuber harvesting plow, small subsoiler plow, powered and non-powered harrow, seeders, transplanters, and planters, even zero-till, no-till planters, and seeders have become available. In plant protection and weed control, two-wheel tractor implements consist of various intercultivator and sprayers. Second is four-wheel tractor. A tractor is an engineering vehicle specially designed to deliver highly tractive effort or torque at a slow speed for purposes of hauling, trailer, or machinery, such as that used in agricultural mining, construction. Most commonly, the term is used to describe a farm vehicle that provides the power and traction to mechanized agricultural tasks. And originally, tillage and since many more agricultural implements may be towed behind or mounted on the tractor. And at the tractor may also provide a source of power if the implement is mechanized. It is also used to pull this plow and this harrow in preparing much bigger area of land. Lastly, the water pump. It is used to draw irrigation water from a source. The spiral pump, as many low-lift pump, is commonly used in irrigation purposes and for drainage of land. The spiral pump, if fitted with the suitable rotating seal, can deliver water to a greater height than the coil pump, typically 5 to 10 meters above their discharge opening. Now that we are done in discussing farm tools and equipment, let us move on the pre-operational checkup. Conducting pre-operational checkup of your farm tools and equipment is a must. Although it's time-consuming, it will help farm work better. By conducting a checkup, you will be able to detect any broken parts of tools and equipment. It will also ensure safe and prevent further damage. Here are the steps in conducting preventive maintenance. First, prepare all the materials needed to clean and sharpen. Second, select a safer place where you can position your tool steadily. Making sure your tools are properly stored, clean, and well maintained will save your time and money as well as making your project and job more easier. When it comes to storing your tools, you must work with the space that you have. Third, dismantle cutting tools like head shears before cleaning. Fourth, carefully remove rust. Losing tool to rust can be costly and potentially dangerous if a rusty tool breaks while in use. Instead of discarding rusty tool, you can save money by learning how to remove rust properly to prevent it from forming in the first place. Lastly, clean tools thoroughly and keep it in dry place. How to clean our farm tools. Here are the basic steps in cleaning farm tools. Step 1. Rinse off the mud and soil with a garden hose. Step 2. Scrub away stubborn soil and use point thinner to remove sap and pinch. When iron is exposed to water and oxygen, it can develop a red-brown discoloration known as rust. Rust weakens the metal and can wear it away entirely and over time. To prevent iron or iron alloy, like steel, from rusting, make sure to keep the metal clean and dry. For long-term protection, add protective coating to form a barrier against the corrosive rust. Step 3. Wipe tool dry with a wrench or towel. Step 4. Hang tools well. Air circulation and dryness are also important factors when storing garden tools. Hang them from wall to save space as well as protect the metal edges and surfaces. Treat your tool well and they will last longer and work better. Step 5. Wipe spray with oil and put tools in a pail to keep them clean and sharp. In oiling and sharpening farm tools and equipments, we have steps to follow. Here they are. Step 1. Sharpen tool before and after. That clean cut will seal up faster and is likely to admit disease compared to messy cut from the dull tool. Step 2. Oil or grease metal parts. A grease can help reduce friction, prevent wear protection component from rust and corrosion, create an effective seal to prevent contamination, and resist oil leakage from the application. A good grease will release oil at the rate to ensure proper lubrication of your equipment. Step 3. Wooden handles should be strong. Step 4. Dry tool after use. Step 5. Store tool in original cases. Proper storage of tool and equipment is important. Here are some reasons why. First, for safety and health as well as good business. Second, it is improved appearance of working areas. Third, is to reduce overall tool costs through maintenance. Fourth, is for ensuring that tools are in good repair at hand. Fifth, is for teachers and workers exercise the principle of tool accountability. Moreover, we have things to remember in storing tools and equipment. First one is you need to have design place for each kind of tools. Second, a storage cabinet should be labeled and place it correctly. Third, store tool near on the point of use. This done for easy access. Step 4. Before storing, wash and dry tool properly. Step 5. Store knives properly with the sharp edges down when it's not in use. Step 6. Frequently used items should be put in accessible location. 7. Electrical cords should be gathered and secured to prevent snagging. 8. To avoid moisture collection, cutting boards should be stored vertically. 9. Metal equipment can be stacked on one another after drying. And lastly, areas for storing equipment should be clean and dry, and not overcrowded. Great! Now that we had discussed all the necessary concepts about preparation for materials, tools, and equipment in doing nursery work, let's do activity 2 in your learning activity sheet. Here are the directions. True or false? Write T if the statement is correct, and F if not. Write your answer on the space provided before each number. Number 1. Gardening tool can be quite dangerous if they are not looked after. The answer is true. Number 2. The bigger tool like shovels, spade, and hose only required the use of mill file. If your answer is false, you are correct. Let's move on to number 3. When storing your tool, keep them off the ground so they are not exposed to moisture on your garage. The correct answer in number 3 is true. Number 4. Another key to garden tool maintenance is keeping your tool dull. The answer is false. Keeping your tool dull is not key to maintaining. Number 5. Garden tools are probably the most neglected of all tools. If your answer is true, you are correct. Next number. Tools should be always kept in a safe, secured place. The answer is true. Number 7. If you have a dull tool, you always need to buy another one. The correct answer is false. Let's move on to number 8. A pegboard system also helps you identify if you have any missing tool. If your answer is true, you're correct. Number 9. Proper storage is the only important thing and condition of your tool to prevent rust. True or false? The correct answer is false. And number 10. Proper storage, cleaning and dyeing, general maintenance, sharpening will rust in more effective tools and more productive time in a garden. True or false? The answer is true. Great job, class. I hope that I was be able to help you with your lesson today. For your additional activity, continue answering Activity 3 and post activity on your learning activity sheet on page 2. Here are the directions. On Activity 3, give 5 steps in conducting preventive maintenance. And on your post activity in a long bond paper, write a reflection about discussion, preparing materials, tools, and equipment for nursery work. Once you accomplish the activity, pass your work to your TLA teacher, but if you still find the lesson hard to understand, you may send your queries to us or to your teacher as well as we help you to learn in the comfort of your homes. And that's it. I hope that you are learned a lot in our lesson. It was indeed and fun and exciting learning with a new lesson with you. Keep tuning into Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Once again, I am Sir James Wisdom F. Javier, your TLA Teacher 9 broadcaster for today, leaving a word of encouragement from 1 Peter 5:7. Cast all your anxiety on Him because He cares for you. Thank you and God bless.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Kinilala kamakailan ni Governor Yap ang mga natatanging barangay at munisipalidad sa probinsya ng Tarlac bilang mga environmental champions dahil sa kani-kanilang mga pagsisikap para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa kanilang mga nasasakupan. Para sa provincial level municipal winners, kinilala ang bayan ng Mungkada, Victoria at Anao. Para sa overall barangay winners, pinarangalan ang Barangay Balbaloto, Victoria, Barangay Baybayawas, Mayantok at Barangay Balawang, Paniki. Para sa special award winners sa kategoryang munisipalidad, kinilala ang Pura bilang Solid Waste Management Warrior Awardee, Santa Ignacia, Eco-Elected Award, La Paz bilang Best in Upcycling Awardee, at Kapas para sa Green Star Award. At para sa special award sa kategorya ng barangay, kinilala ang Barangay Poblacion East, Santa Ignacia bilang Solid Waste Management Warrior Awardee. Natanggap naman ng Barangay Telbang Kamiling ang Eco-Elected Award, Barangay San Pedro Mungkada para sa Best in Upcycling Award, at Barangay Karabuan Mayantok para sa Green Star Award. Hinihikayat naman niyap ang lahat na makiisa sa layunin na protektahan at alagaan ang ating kapaligiran. Si Sinimulan kamakailan ang pag-aayos o reconstruction ng dike sa Barangay San Antonio, Concepcion, Tarlac, kung saan pinangunahan ni Mayor Noel Villanueva ang pangangasiwa rito. Ang dike ay isang mataas na tabon ng lupa o pilapil kung tawagin, o isang hukay sa lupa na ginagawa upang makontrol ang pagtaas o para mayroong madaanan ng agos ng tubig at maiwasan ang pagbaha. Ang Barangay San Antonio ay isa sa mga barangay na naapektuhan ng mga nagdaang bagyo noong mga nakaraang taon, kung saan nakaranas sa mga ito ng matinding pagbaha at pagkasalanta ng mga paninim.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello 9th grade students, and hi to our loving parents as well. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Manuel Santa Cruz, your teacher broadcaster for the Arts 9th grade. Before we start our new lesson, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along with our discussion. Stay in the most comfortable place while listening to this broadcast. Lend me your eyes and ears and stay focused on our lesson. At the end of this module, you are expected to identify representative artists and the distinct characteristics of arts during neoclassical period. And before going to our lesson for today, I want to see if you remember our lesson last time. If you are watching live on RTV Channel 26, you can type in your answers on the comment box. Now, if you are tuned in to DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac, make sure you have your pen and paper ready. Okay. Give the artists of the following artworks. First, we have, number 1, Supper at Emmaus. Again, Supper at Emmaus. Number 2, self-portrait in old age. Self-portrait in old age. And number 3, ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Again, for number 3, ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Okay, let's check your answers. For number 1, we have Supper at Emmaus. The artist is Caravaggio. For number 2, self-portrait in old age. The artist is Rembrandt. And for number 3, ecstasy of Saint Teresa. The artist is Gian Lorenzo Bernini. I'm happy that you remember our lesson last meeting. Good job. We now move on to our lesson for today, Neoclassicism. The word neoclassic came from the Greek word neos, meaning new, and the Latin word classicus, which is similar in meaning to the English phrase first class. The Western movement in decorative and visual arts was called neoclassicism. It also applies to literature, theater, music, and literature that were influenced by the classical arts and culture of ancient Greece and ancient Rome. The neoclassical movement coincided with the 18th century Age of Reason, also known as the Age of Enlightenment. The art style in this period was brought about by the renewed interest in Greek and Roman classics. Neoclassical art pieces such as paintings, sculpture, and architecture generally portrayed Roman history, which elevated the Roman heroes. Their characteristics: portrayal of Roman history, formal composition, local color, overall lighting, and classic geostructure. Neoclassical painting. Neoclassical artists embraced the ideals of order and moderation in which artistic interpretations of classic Greek and Roman history were restored to realistic portrayals. Neoclassical painters gave great importance to the costumes, settings, and details of classical subject matter without adding distracting details, but with much historical accuracy as possible. We now go to neoclassical artists. There are a number of neoclassical artists from Europe and the United States. Here are some of them. Jacques-Louis David was an influential French painter in the neoclassical style and considered to be the preeminent painter of the era. His subjects of paintings were more on history. His famous artworks, The Death of Marat. David's masterpiece shows the portrayal of a revolutionary martyr. This is a painting of the murdered French revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat. Another famous artwork of David is Napoleon Crossing the Alps, the painting that showed a strongly idealized view of the real crossing that Napoleon and his army made across the Alps through the great Saint Bernard Pass in May 1800. Another is Oath of the Horatii. It was a large painting that depicts a scene from Roman legend about the dispute between Rome and Alba Longa. The three brothers, all of whom appear willing to sacrifice their lives for the good of Rome, are shown saluting their father who holds their swords out of them. Next neoclassical artist is Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres. Ingres was a pupil of Jacques-Louis David. He was influenced by Italian Renaissance painters like Raphael, Nicholas, Poussin, Botticelli, and his mentor, Jacques-Louis David. He was regarded as one of the great exemplars of academic art and one of the finest old masters of his era. His famous artworks are Portrait of Napoleon on the Imperial Throne. The painting depicts Napoleon in his decadent coronation costume, seated upon his golden encrusted throne, hand resting upon smooth ivory balls. During his reign, the painting was owned by the Corps Legislatif, which was a part of the French legislature. The painting was believed to be commissioned by Napoleon as King of Italy. Another famous artwork of Ingres is the Apotheosis of Homer. The painting was a state commission by Charles X to have him remembered in the building works of the Louvre. The painting depicts an image of Homer receiving all the brilliant men of Rome, Greece, and contemporary times. Let us now talk about the neoclassical sculptures. The neoclassical was one of the great ages of public sculpture. Artists looked to Roman styles during the time of Alexander the Great for inspiration as well as to mimic their style. Neoclassical sculptors. First is Antonio Canova. Canova was a prolific Italian artist and sculptor who became famous for his marble sculptures. His famous artworks are first, Psyche Awakened by Cupid's Kiss, a marble sculpture portraying the relationship of Psyche and Cupid. Next artwork of Canova is Washington. This is a marble sculpture of Washington currently displayed at North Carolina Museum of History. Next sculptor is Bertel Thorvaldsen. Thorvaldsen was the first internationally acclaimed Danish artist. He executed sculptures of mythological and religious theme characters. His famous artworks are first, Christ, a marble sculpture image of resurrected Christ located at the Thorvaldsen Museum. Lion of Lucerne, a sculpture of a dying lion in Lucerne, Switzerland, that commemorates the Swiss guards who were massacred in 1792 during the French Revolution. Let us now continue with neoclassical architecture. Neoclassical architecture styles started in the mid-18th century. It turned away from the grandeur of Rococo style and the late Baroque. In its purest form, classical architecture was a style principally derived from the architecture of classical Greece and Rome and the architectural designs of Italian architect Andrea Palladio. Types of neoclassical architecture. Temple-style building design was based on an ancient temple. These buildings were uncommon during the Renaissance as architects of that period focused mainly on applying classical elements to churches and modern buildings like palazzos and villas. Many temple-style buildings feature a peristyle or a continuous line of column around a building, a rare feature of Renaissance architecture. most famous temple-style buildings of the neoclassical age. Pantheon, Paris by Jacques-Germain Soufflot. British Museum, London, Robert Smirk. La Madeleine de Paris by Pierre-Alexandre Vigneault. Next type of neoclassical architecture is the Palladian style. Palladian buildings were based on Andrea Palladio's style of villa construction. Some of the building feature a balustrade, which is a railing with vertical supports along the edge of the roof. There are vertical supports within a balustrade known as balusters or spindles. It is also a classical method of crowning a building that has a flat or low-lying roof. One of the famous architects in the era was Robert Adam. Robert Adam was known as the Palladian architect of the neoclassical, who designed two well-known American civic buildings, the White House and the United States Capitol. He had also designed many country houses. I want you to have a look on the White House. This is the United States Capitol. Have a look. Lastly, the classical block style. The building features a rectangular or square plan with a flat roof and an exterior rich in classical detail. The exterior features a repeated classical pattern or series of arches and or columns. The overall impression of such building was huge, classically decorated rectangular block. Classical block aesthetic was also known as Beaux Arts style, since it was developed principally by French École des Beaux-Arts, School of Fine Arts. The classical block architecture also flourished in the United States, particularly in New York. Famous architects of these architectural styles were Henry Le Brust. His masterpiece is the Library of Saint Genevieve. Charles Garnier. He designed the most famous classical block of all, which is the Palais Garnier, a neo-Baroque opera house. Other buildings in classical block style is the New York Public Library by Carrier and Hastings architectural firm in 1895. Another is the Boston Public Library by Charles Follen McKim in 1895. Okay, now I want you to remember the neoclassical artists from Europe and United States. We have Jacques-Louis David, and his artworks are The Death of Marat, Napoleon Crossing the Alps, and The Oath of Horatia. And we have Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres. His artworks are Portrait of Napoleon on the Imperial Throne and The Apotheosis of Homer. Another, we have Antonio Canova, and his artworks are Psyche Awakened by Cupid's Kiss and Washington. We have Bertel Thorvaldsen. His artworks are Christ and the Lion of Lucerne. Now, some things to remember. We have temple-style buildings. The Pantheon of Paris by Jacques-Germain Soufflot. and British Museum in London by Robert Smirk, and La Madeleine de Paris by Pierre-Alexandre Vigneault. And we have Palladian Style by Robert Adam. His artworks are the White House and the United States Capitol. And for the classical block style, we have the Library of Saint Genevieve by Henry Lebrouste. Another, we have the Palais Garnier by Charles Garnier. And the New York Public Library by Carrier and Hastings. And the Boston Public Library by Charles Follen McKim. And there you have it, my dear students. Our lesson ends here. Now it's time for you to answer the activity sheet that is provided for you. You have to choose the correct answer. First question, number 1. He designed the most famous classical block of all, which is the Palais Garnier. Is it A, Jacques-Louis David, B, Henry Lebrouste, or C, Charles Garnier? Again, he designed the most famous classical block of all, which is the Palais Garnier. Is it A, Jacques-Louis David, B, Henry Lebrouste, or C, Charles Garnier? And the answer is C, Charles Garnier. Number 2, his masterpiece is the Library of Saint Genevieve. Is it A, Jacques-Louis David, or B, Henry Lebrouste, C, Charles Garnier? His masterpiece is the Library of Saint Genevieve. A, Jacques-Louis David, B, Henry Lebrouste, or C, Charles Garnier? And the answer is B, Henry Lebrouste. Number 3, the Western movements in decorative and visual arts. Is it A, Neoclassicism, B, Classical Block Style, or C, Palladian Style? The Western movement in decorative and visual arts. Is it A, Neoclassicism, B, Classical Block Style, or C, Palladian Style? And the correct answer is A, Neoclassicism. Number 4, the building features a rectangular or square plan with a flat roof. Is it A, Neoclassicism, B, Classical Block Style, or C, Palladian Style? The building features a rectangular or square plan with a flat roof. A, Neoclassicism, B, Classical Block Style, or C, Palladian Style? And the correct answer is B, Classical Block Style. And number 5, he was an influential French painter in the neoclassical style, also preeminent painter of the era. Is it A, Jacques-Louis David, B, Henry Lebrouste, or C, Charles Garnier? He was an influential French painter in the neoclassical style and a preeminent painter of the era. Is it A, Jacques-Louis David, or B, Henry Lebrouste, or C, Charles Garnier. And the correct answer is A. Jacques Louis David. So did you get 5 correct answers? If you did just great. Thank you so much for your precious time learning with me today. Now for your assignment, I want you to write an essay about neoclassical architecture. Here are your guide questions. What can you say about neoclassical architecture? Number 2, what are the characteristics of each of the different styles of neoclassical buildings? And number 3, give some examples of buildings that have the influences of the architectural style of neoclassicism in our country. And I want you to read Romanticism and painters of the Romantic period. I hope you enjoyed our lesson today. I am Manuel Santa Cruz, your teacher broadcaster for the Arts 9. Keep safe, everyone, and until next time.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Alam mo na ba? Ang mental health ay isang mahalagang bahagi ng ating pangkabuoang kalusugan. Walang health kung walang mental health. Kaya naman maglaan ng oras para sa mga hobbies, kumustahin ang mga mahal sa buhay, at huwag kalimutang ipahinga ang utak. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, make sure to care for yourself and care for others para sa isang healthy Pilipinas. Tumawag sa mga numerong ito.
Paalala mula sa Department of Health.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Maraming job hunters ang nakiisa sa isinagawang mega trabaho fair kamakailan na ginanap sa isang mall sa lungsod ng Tarlac. tinatayang nasa 1,000 trabaho ang ipresenta ng mga kumpanya para sa mga job hunters. Ang isinagawang Mega Trabaho Fair ay isang buong araw na aktibidad kung saan binigyan ng oportunidad na magkatrabaho ang mga job hunters alinsunod sa kanilang gustong applyan na kumpanya o gustong maging trabaho. Personal naman na dinaluhan at sinilip ni Tarlac City Mayor Kirsty Angeles ang nasabing aktibidad. Ang Mega Trabaho Fair ay parte ng selebrasyon ng 25th Cityhood Charter Anniversary ng lungsod ng Tarlac. Formal nang binuksan ang bagong Barangay Health Center na matatagpuan sa Barangay Cruz sa Victoria, Tarlac. Dumalo sa ginanap na blessing at inauguration nito si Tarlac 2nd District Congressman Christian Yap, Victoria Mayor Rex Villagustin, Vice Mayor Tani Giam at iba pang mga opisyales. Ang bagong health center ay may layunin na makapaghatid ng tulong at serbisyo sa mga residente nito. Naisakatuparan ng health center dahil sa pakikipagtulungan ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Victoria sa Provincial Government of Tarlac sa pamumuno ni Tarlac Province Governor Susan Yap at Vice Governor Carlito Casado David.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahim papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at sabay napapakinggan sa DEPED 828 FM Radio at napapanood via Converge TV Channel 100 sa FB Live ng FB page ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at FB page ng DEPED tayo Tarlac Province. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Sir Kevin Chasser M. Pura, ang AP Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School High School Department at isang kasalo enthusiast. So ngayong hapon ay makakasama po natin ang isa sa napakahusay ng guro ng Araling Panlipunan. Walang iba kundi ang Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro High School, Ma'am May R. Tolentino. Magandang hapon, Ma'am May.
Good afternoon, Sir Chester.
Alright, so kasama din po natin ang magaling na kasamahan natin sa Araling Panlipunan na feeling ko memorize niya lahat ng DEPED orders. Walang iba kundi ang Master Teacher 2 ng San Felipe High School, Dr. Jomel P. Calderon. Magandang hapon, sir.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat.
Alright, so muli magandang hapon, Doc May and Doc Jomel. So welcome po sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo sa Division Virtual Project Kasalo sa Radyo. So bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, may gusto po kayong batiin, Ma'am May at Sir Jomel. Mauna tayo, of course, kay Ma'am May.
Naimbag naman lang, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat ng taga-subaybay sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, kasalo sa radyo. Naway na sa mabuti po tayong kalagayan and always safe sa banta ng COVID-19 virus. Inaanyayahan namin kayong lahat na tumutok mula umpisa hanggang sa dulo ng pagtalakay sa panibago na namang kaalaman tungkol sa ating kasaysayang lokal sa Tarlac. Specifically, nakapokus ito, iti ili, iti anaw, bayan ng Anaw.
Alright, maraming salamat Ma'am May. Sir Joe, may gusto po ba kayong batiin?
Na imbag nga malem, kada kiti amin nga buya kan agdingdingeg dito ay RTV Channel 26, lalong-lalo na po sa mga guro at mga estudyante ng aking pinagsisilbihang paaralan, ang San Felipe National High School dito sa bayan ng San Manuel. Tara na po at samahan niyo po kami sa pag-aaral sa araw na ito.
Alright, maraming salamat Ma'am May and Sir Joe. Of course, babatiin ko rin po ang lahat ng ating mga nanonood via FB Live at mga nakikinig sa radyo, lalong-lalo na po ang mga guro sa Aranguran Integrated School High School Department, maging ang aming mga estudyante. Muli, magandang hapon po. So ngayong hapon ay tatalakayin at pag-uusapan natin, Ma'am May and Sir Jomel, ang kasaysayan ng bayan ng Anaw. Right? So ang bayan ng Anaw pala ay unang nakilala bilang Sityong Balite. Dahil ang unang tirahan ng mga mamamayang lumikas dito ay tabi ng Sapa or ng Danau, kung saan maraming mga puno ng balite. Ngunit sa kalaunan, napalitan ang pangalang Balite sa Anaw. Okay, ang pangalang Anaw ay inango sa salitang anahaw, anawang at danaw na karaniwang tumutubo, ginagamit at tinitirahan ng mga mamamayan na lumikas sa pook na ito. Pero papaano nga ba ang kasaysayan kung bakit naging bayan ang Anaw, Ma'am May?
Actually, Sir Chester, ang bayan ng Anaw ay dating baryo ng bayan ng Paniki, na dati namang sakop ng lalawigan ng Pangasinan. Ito ay naging ganap na nagsasariling bayan noong ika-16 ng Marso 1870 sa pamamagitan ng tulong ni Don Juan de la Torre ng Paniki. Pinangalanan itong Anaw de la Torre ng Paniki, hango sa tumulong sa kanyang ganap na pagsasarili. Sa kalaunan, ang bayang Anaw de la Torre ay naging Anaw na lamang. At sa kasalukuyan, ang bayan ng Anaw ay kilala sa halamang ilang-ilang at ilan sa mga produktong galing sa bulaklak na ito. Actually, ang Anaw ay tinagurian siyang ilang-ilang capital of the Philippines. Natatandaan ko ang nagpasimula ng pagtatanim ng ilang-ilang sa bayan ng Anaw ay ang dating mayor na si Mayor Clemente Apuan. At sa pamamagitan ng ilang-ilang na ito, nakapagbigay ito ng kabuhayan sa mga taga-Anaw na kagaya ko. Dahil sa yung ilang-ilang ay pinaprocess nila ito. Yung extract ng oil ay ginagawa nila ito na ginagamit ito para sa aromatherapy. Andyan din na ginagawa na pabango, even also sabon at saka shampoo. At sa katunayan, bilang pagkilala sa tulong ng ilang-ilang sa bayan ng Anaw, ay meron silang ginaganap na ilang-ilang festival tuwing Marso 16 kada taon. At ito ay kasabay ng founding anniversary ng Anaw.
Alright, Ma'am May, napaka-informative ng senior nyo. Sigurado ako na napakahalimuyak ng bayan ng Anaw dahil sagana ito sa bulaklak ng ilang-ilang. At pati na rin sa mga produkto mula sa bulaklak na ito. Pero, paano nga ba nagsimula ang Anaw bilang bayan? Ano-ano yung mga pangkat na unang nanirahan sa bayan ng Anaw, Sir Jomel?
Okay, Sir Chester, bago dumating ang mga Kastila, ang mga mamamayan ng Anaw ay mula sa bayan ng Payao sa sa Ilocos Norte. Kung kaya ang nakararami, maging sa kasalukuyan ay mga Ilocano. Mula sa Ilocos, sila ay huminto sa Kamiling na noon ay bahagi ng Pangasinan. Nagpatuloy sila sa paglalakbay hanggang marating ang nooy magubat at madamong kalupaan ng bayan ng Anaw. Kabilang sa 12 pamilyang unang nanirahan sa Anaw, ang pamilya nina Gregorio Concepcion, Cosme Capuciano, Bruno Evangelista, ang pamilyang Javier, Blanco, Hurtado, at Paginto. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Sir Chester, isa sa mga pamilyang ito, ang apelyido ng mga pamilyang ito ay hinango ang isa sa mga tinuturing ngayong barangay ng Anao. At yun ay ang Pagindo.
Alright, Sir Jumel. Kaya pala halos Ilocano lahat ng dialektong sinasalita sa bayan ng Anao dahil halos galing sa Ilocos yung mga pamilya na bumuo sa bayan na ito. Alright? So, dahil siguro ay Ilocano, sigurado ako na meron ding mga pinaniniwalaan ang mga bayan ng Anao. Ano-ano ba yung mga paniniwala at kaugalian na mga ito, Ma'am May?
Naku, Sir Chastor, tama ka. Na talagang ang mga Ilocano ay masyadong mapamahiin. Even nga ako, mapamahiin ako. So, naririto yung ilan sa mga kaugalian at paniniwala ng mga kagaya kong mga Ilocano. Actually, even si Sir Jomel ay isa ring Ilocano. So, una, di paghahalo sa kalabasa at manok dahil ito'y pwede itong maging dahilan daw ng sakit na ketong. Nakakatawa, no? Pero ito yung pinaniniwalaan. Pangalawa, although wala naman itong scientific basis. So even ako, kung minsan ay naniniwala, even yung family ko. Pangalawa, pag-aalay ng pagkain sa patay na tinatawag nilang atang dahil sa paniniwalang may buhay sa kabilang buhay. Pangatlo, di paglilibing ng patay na kamag-anak kung Martes at Biyernes dahil mahihirapan daw ang patay sa kabilang buhay. So, ang mga ito, walang mga scientific basis, pero kaming mga Ilocano is sinusunod namin ito dahil naniniwala kami, wala namang mawawala kasi kung susundin mo. Kasi baka kung may mangyari, ito yung parang, kasi hindi ko sinunod itong mga bagay na ito. Kaya, kami, na mga Ilocano, hindi ko lang alam kung lahat ay sinusunod itong mga ganitong paniniwala at mga pamahiin. So, naririto pa ang ilan pang mga pamahiin at paniniwala namin. Pangapat dito ay paggawa sa sabsabit, tipas, pasipit, parawad, at pamamanhikan, kung saan ang lalaking ikakasal ay magbibigay ng bigay kaya sa pamilya ng babae. Ang parawad naman ay ito yung perang ibinibigay sa ina ng babae sa pagpapalaki sa anak na dalaga. So actually ito, naririnig ko na ito noon pag yung mga pinsan kong mga lalaki na mamanhikan sila sa mga kasintahan nila, pinag-uusapan ng mga matatanda nun, ano naman yung hinihinging dowry ng pamilya nung babae. So, pwede itong kalabaw, pwede rin itong lupa. Depende sa kung ano yung hilingin nung pamilya nung babae. Parang kabayaran ito sa pagpapalaki, pag-aalaga ng pamilya, specifically ng nanay, sa anak niyang babae. Actually, ito sa Pangasinan naman, ito tinatawag itong pasuso naman sa Pangasinan. Okay? Parang sa atin kasi, ang nagbibigay ng dowry, mga lalaki. Samantalang sa India, kung titignan natin, yung history sa India, ang nagbibigay ng dowry is kabaliktaran. Ang mga kababaihan, yung nagbibigay ng dowry sa India. Kaya naman, diba sa India is mas gugustuhin nila na ang mga anak nila ay lalaki over sa mga kababaihan dahil iniisip nila na pabigat ang mga kababaihan dahil nga sa pagbabayad o pagbibigay ng dowry sa pamilya ng lalaking kanilang mapapangasawa. Ito pa yung mga ibang mga pamahiin or paniniwala, bayanihan o pagtutulungan ng mga tao sa panahon ng pagtatanim, paggapas at paglipat ng bahay. Actually, nung bata ako, nasaksihan ko ito. Pag may ililipat na bahay, lahat ng mga kalalakihan sa barangay o sa mga magkakapit bahay, nagtutulong-tulong yan na binubuhat yung literal na bahay para i-relocate ito kung saan man nila ito ilalagay. Even sa pagtatanim, yung mga pinsan ko kasi, mga magsasakay ang mga yan, pag gapasan na yan, ang daming tumutulong. Pero yung mga tumutulong na yon ay hindi nila inuupahan. Kumbaga parang gantihan lang. Magpupunta ka dito, tutulong para pag sila naman yung mag-harvest niyan, ay pupunta ka rin ng walang bayad, walang upa. So, yun yung bayanihan. Talagang litaw na litaw sa mga Ilocano na kagaya namin ni Sir Jomel. Pang-anim, bagayan o pagtugtog ng musika sa panahon ng pagtatanim. Eto, hindi ko na ito naabutan, pero pag nagkukwentuhan yung mga matatanda sa amin, binabanggit nila yan na may mga dala-dala silang gitara, habang nagtatanim sila ay may tumutugtog. Kumbaga parang pampatanggal ng stress nila habang sila ay nagtatanim. Pampito, palusong o pag-ani ng palay sa pamamagitan ng kalabaw. At ang panghuli, inuruan o pagbayo sa isinangag na palay. Okay? Yan yung ilan lamang sa mga kaugalian at paniniwala naming mga Ilocano, Sir Chester. Actually, walang scientific basis yung mga iba doon, pero ginagawa namin dahil naniniwala kami. Parte ito ng kultura naming mga Ilocano.
Sorry, nakamute pala. Actually, familiar ako doon sa ibang mga kaugalian ng mga Ilocano. Kasi kapag nagpupunta kami sa mga kaibigan kong Ilocano, yung atang, kumukuha sila ng kaunti, tapos ilalagay nila somewhere. Na, parang nagtataka, para saan po yun? Tapos ang sabi nila, atang. And then, yung in-explain yung paniniwala na merong buhay sa kabilang buhay. Tsaka doon sa mga, para daw doon sa mga hindi natin nakikita. Alright? So, napakarami palang mga kaugalian at paniniwala ang mga taga-Anaw, lalong-lalo na yung mga kababayan nating Ilocano. Pero sa Anaw naman, ano ba yung kanilang pangunahing hanap buhay, Sir Jomel?
Sir Chester, bago ako magpatuloy, kasi nakita ko kanina dun sa slides, mayroon yatang typographical error. So bilang paglilinaw lamang po, ang kasaysayan na tinatalakay namin sa araw na ito ay kasaysayan po ng bayan ng Anaw at hindi ng lungsod ng Tarlac. So, upang sagutin ang iyong katanungan, Sir Chester, sa panahon ng Kastila, pagsasaka at pangingisda ang mga pangunahing hanap buhay ng mga Anawenyos. So, sa kaalaman ng lahat, Anawenyos ang katawagan sa mga mamamayan ng Anaw. Palay ang kanilang mga pangunahing itinatanim. Nagtatanim rin naman sila ng mga halamang ugat at mga gulay. Ang pangisdaan ay malapit rin sa kanilang mga sanahan. So, batay sa impormasyon na aking ibinigay, malalaman na bago pa man dumating ang mga Kastila ay katulad din ng iba pang mga lugar sa Pilipinas, pagsasaka at pangingisda ang karaniwang ikinabubuhay ng mga taga-Anaw.
Alright, so Sir Jomel, katulad din pala ng ibang bayan ng Tarlac ay pagsasaka ang pangunahing hanap buhay ng mga taga-Anaw at palay ang kanilang pangunahing itinatanim. Nagtatanim din sila actually ng ibang mga halamang ugat at mga gulay. Sila rin ang naghihilo ng mga isda sa mga sakahan. So ang mga industriya sa panahon nito ay pagsasaka katulad ng iyong sinabi, Sir Jomel, at pangingisda. Okay? So paano naman ang kalagayan politikal ng Anaw sa panahon ng mga Kastila, Ma'am May?
Sir Chester, naitatag yung bayan ng Anaw noong March 16, 1870 sa pamamagitan ni Don Juan de la Torre. Ang unang naging kapitan munisipal nito ay si Don Fruto Pastor. Samantalang si Don Florentino Flor Blanco naman ang kahuli-hulian bago sumiklab ang revolusyon. Ang president municipal ay inihalal sa pamamagitan ng pagtayo sa likuran ng mga pabor sa kanila. Nahirang sa tatlong naglaban si Francisco Flor Blanco. Pinasiyaan ng konseho noong Enero 3, 1908. Isang resolusyon ang naipasa para ibalita ang pagkamatapat nila sa pamahalaan ng Estados Unidos. Gumawa ng resolusyon bilang 4 ang Komisyon ng Pilipinas na papalitan ang Anaw ng San Jose. Subalit, hindi ito pinagtibay ng pamahalaan panlalawigan.
Alright, Ma'am May. So ganoon pala yung kalagayan politikal ng Anao noong panahon ng mga Kastila. Pero ano ba yung kalagayan ng Anao, Sir Jomel naman, noong panahon ng mga Amerikano?
Okay, Sir Chester, sa panahon naman ng Amerikano, taong 1905, nang pansamantalang itinalaga ang luklukan ng lokal na kapangyarihan sa bahay ni Senyor Juan Bagisi, isang kilalang Anawenyo. Naging pinuno naman ng pulisya noong panahong ito si Francisco Tinio. Kasama ang mga kapulisan sa panahong iyon, pinanatili nila ang kapayapaan at katiwasayan ng bayan. Noong 1909, pinalitan ni Florentino Lameg si Senyor Blanco. Nagpipil din sa tungkulin si Tinio bilang pinuno ng pulisya na pinalitan naman ni Sinforoso Madamba. Taong 1914, muling ibinalik sa bayan ng Paniki ang bayan ng Anao bilang isang baryo, ngunit ito ay muling naging bayan dahil sa mga katangian nitong taglay at ng mga pinuno nito. Dahil ang mga pinuno nito ay nakipaglaban din para sa pagiging malayang bayan ng Anao at hindi na lamang isang maliit na baryo ng bayan ng Paniki. Napalitan naman ang tawag na pinuno ng bayan mula kapitan munisipal sa alkalde. Ang pinakaunang alkalde ng bayan ng Anao ay si Roman Evangelista na nagsilbi mula 1938 hanggang 1946.
Alright.
So, yan lamang ito sa mga tala, Sir Chester, patungkol sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng Anao sa panahon ng mga Amerikano.
Alright, Sir Jomel. Napakarami palang mga mahalagang pangyayari ang naganap sa bayan ng Anao noong panahon ng mga Amerikano. Pero kumusta naman ang Anao noong panahon ng Ikatlong Republika, Ma'am May?
Okay, Sir Chester, sa panahon naman ng Ikatlong Republika, ang Anao ay nagkaroon ng pagbabago ng pamumuhay ng mga mamamayan. Nagpetisyon ang mga taga-Anao sa Land Tenure Administration na igawad sa kanila ang mga pagmamay-ari ng lupa na kinatitirikan ng kanilang mga tahanan na nilakad ng kasalukuyang alkalde noon na si Alkalde Dionisio Dumlao. Pero sa kasawiang palad naman ay natalo sa halalan noong 1983 natalo si Dionisio Dumlao ng isang retiradong opisyal na sundalong Teniente Coronel Catalino at dahil dito nabinbin ang petisyon nila.
Alright, so nakakamangha ang mga pangyayaring naganap sa Anao mula panahon ng Kastila hanggang sa panahon ng Ikatlong Republika. Makikita natin kung paano umunlad yung bayan ng Anao, particular na sa iba't ibang larangan, maging sa industriya. Pero ano-ano ba yung mga industriya sa Anao, Sir Jomel?
Maliban sa pagsasaka at pangingisda na nabanggit ko na kanina, Sir Chester, ang Anao ay pinauunlad rin ng mga small-scale and livestock industries. Marahil ang pinakakilala sa lahat ng industriya sa Anao ay walang iba kundi ang paglikha nito ng mga produkto tulad ng mga pabango, kandila, shampoo at iba pa mula sa ilang-ilang. Kaya nga katulad ng nabanggit kanina ni Doc May, kinikilala ng marami ang Anao bilang hindi lamang ilang-ilang capital ng Tarlac kundi ilang-ilang capital din ng Pilipinas. Sa totoo lang, Sir Chester, sa mga hindi pa nakapupunta sa bayan ng Anao, pagpasok mo pa lamang sa Anao, sa teritoryo ng bayan ng Anao, ay madadaanan mo na ang pulutong ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang sa tabi ng mga kalsada. Noong ako ay nasa high school noong 1990s, kasama ko si Ma'am May sa San Pedro National High School, Sir Chester, naging paksa pa na ng aming campus paper ang industriya ng ilang-ilang ng Anao sapagkat ng mga panahon na yon ay nagsisimula pa lamang ito, particularly sa development and communication page ng aming campus paper that time. At bilang karagdagang impormasyon, isa ito sa nagdala sa aming newspaper that time sa pagkapanalo nito sa National Press Code. Isa yan sa ikinamangha ng marami, no? Sir Chester, ng isang nananahimik na maliit na bayan ng Anao ay gugulatin ang lahat na kaya pala nitong makipagsabayan sa mga mas malalaking bayan.
Alright, Sir Jomel. So, kitang-kita at bakas ang pag-unlad sa Anao sa pagdaan ng panahon. At saka nakakamangha yung kinuwento mo na katulad ng sinabi mo, isang nananahimik na bayan. Oo nga, kung titignan natin sa mapa ay napakaliit lamang ng Anao. Kaya nakakagulat na merong isang paaralan ang kayang makipagsabayan sa mga malalaking paaralan sa larangan ng pagsulat. Okay,
Sir
so
Chester,
yes.
gusto ko lang ding mag-add dun sa sinabi ni Sir Jomel na actually maliit nga lamang yung bayan namin ng Anao. Kung makakapunta ka doon, para lamang siya, pag nasa bayan ka, para lamang siyang barangay. Pero ang interesting dito is imagine mo nga, yung maliit na bayan ng Anao na parang barangay lang yung kanyang bayan ay itinuturing na isang ilang-ilang capital of the Philippines. Actually, pwede rin niyang makonquer sana yung global market. But the problem is, unfortunately, masyadong lang maliit yung area para sa pagtatanim. Area para pagtamnan ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang. And at the same time, lalong lumiit ito dahil sa pagpapatayo ng triplex, yung portion ng lupa, yung actually 1.7 hectare na parang mini forest ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang ay nasagasaan nung pinatayo ang triplex. So, yun yung isang hindi magandang epekto ng pagpapatayo ng triplex. Nabawasan yung area na pwedeng pagtamnan sana ng mga ilang-ilang. And so kahit na pwede nilang makonquer yung global market is doon sila nahihirapan, hindi sila makapag-produce ng sapat na oil para matustusan yung pangangailangan ng global market. And at the same time, manual pa rin yung kanilang ginagamit. So yun yung additional information lang, Sir Chester.
Sana'y matutukan ito ng local government ng Anao, maging ng ating national government kasi malaking industriya at napakaganda kasi ilang-ilang capital ng Pilipinas, hindi ba? Sana ay matutukan ito ng pansin para mas mapakinabangan pa ng hindi lamang ng mga taga-Anao kundi maging ng ating buong bansa. Alright, so Ma'am May, ngayon naman, sa larangan ng edukasyon at kalusugan, kumusta naman ang Anao?
Okay, Sir Chester, sa paglinang naman ng karunungan ng mga mamamayan dito, marami ang mga paaralang itinatag, 17 daycare center, 2 preschool, 4 ang mababang paaralan. Pero actually, sa ngayon ay 6 na, at isa lamang yung sekundaryang paaralan, at ito yung Anao National High School. So, marami rin ang mga naging abogado, doktor, inhenyero, guro, at empleyado na may mataas na katungkulan sa pamahalaan at sa mga pribadong opisina. When it comes naman sa pangangalaga ng kalusugan ng mga tao, meron itong panglalawigan, pampurok, pribado at pampublikong ospital. Nagtatag ang mga mamamayan ng kabataang barangay, mga brigada, samahang nayon o mga kooperatiba at balikatan sa kaunlaran ng pangunahing layunin ay magkaroon ng pagtutulungan, munting pakikipag-ugnayan at mapanatili ang kalinisan at kagandahan ng kapaligiran. So, sa barangay na lang namin, may schedule kami na tinatawag na IKAP. Ito yung schedule ng paglilinis ng mga kabarangay. So, para nang sa ganun, mapanatili yung kalinisan ng bawat barangay. So, uso pa rin dito, pinapakita pa rin dito yung bayanihan when it comes sa pagpapanatili ng kalinisan.
Alright, tunay nga na malaki na ang pinagbago ng Anao noon magpasa hanggang ngayon sa kasalukuyang panahon. Bawat munisipyo ay binubuo ng iba't ibang mga barangay. Ano ba yung mga barangay na bumubuo sa bayan ng Anao, Sir Jomel?
Ang Anao, Sir Chester, sa kasalukuyan ay itinuturing na 5th class municipality na binubuo ng 18 barangay. Ito ang mga sumusunod. Ang barangay Pagindok, Pantog, Campos, Carmen, Casili, Don Ramon, Hernando, Poblacion, Rizal, San Francisco 1, San Francisco West, San Jose, North, San Jose South, San Juan, San Roque, Santo Domingo, Suarez at ang barangay kung saan nakatira si Ma'am May, ang barangay Sinense, at may kabuang lawak na 2,387 hektarya. Ang mga mamamayan ng Anao ay binubuo ng mga Ilocano, Pangasinense, Tagalog at Kapampangan. Ngunit sila ay kilala sa tawag na Anawenyo, ang katulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina sa inyo. Karamihan sa mga taga-Anao ay nagsasalita ng Ilocano, subalit bihasa rin sila sa Tagalog, at may 10% ang nagsasalita ng Kapampangan at Pangasinense. Sir Jasper?
Yes, Sir John. Ang konti lamang pala ng mga Kapampangan sa Anao kasi dahil siguro ay malayo na sila sa Pampanga. Pero dito sa amin sa South Tarlac, halos Kapampangan ang aming sinasalita dahil malapit na nga kami sa Pampanga. Okay. Natutuwa ako dahil napakarami palang mga magagandang impormasyon ang malalaman natin tungkol sa Anao at naging napakabuo ng ating talakayan ngayon. At dahil yon sa ating mga panelists, napakagaling na panelists na mula sa Anao na si Ma'am May na Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro High School at ang Master Teacher 2 ng San Felipe High School na si Sir Jomel. Muli, maraming salamat po Sir Jom at Ma'am May. Okay, so nais kong muling magpakilala. Ako po si Sir Kevin Chazar M. Curang, AP Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School. Isang kasalo enthusiast na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Maraming salamat po muli Sir Jom and Ma'am. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you din po. And good afternoon.
How are you today? Hello, everyone.
Hello learners